Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome, welcome, welcome to St. Louis, Missouri. For those out-of-town travelers that have come far and wide to come and be here at the BRIEFCASE, hosted by none other than Coach Taylor J. Let's give her a round of applause. Let's give her a celebration hand clap for Taylor's vision, her purpose, and her passion for helping other people. What a mighty God we serve. I'm Pastor Michael Whitley. I serve here as the executive pastor at the Advancing Church under the angel of this house, Pastor R.R. Jordan. Let's give him a hand clap of celebration for his love and his passion for opening the doors for our members and those that want to impact God's kingdom. I won't be before you long. I will release a prayer over today's sessions. I don't want to call it a seminar because clearly Taylor said this is not a seminar. It's going to be an investment into your future. It's a briefcase for a reason. Things happen when you have a briefcase. Proposals come out of having a briefcase. So I ain't going to preach to you, but I do want to get you encouraged and inspired for today. Amen? Amen. Let us stand. And let us go before the throne of grace. And we ask God for his blessing over today's sessions and the speakers. Let us pray. Most gracious and Heavenly Father, we thank you. We magnify you, we honor you, we love you, we lift you up, Father. You are everlasting to everlasting. You are sovereign. You are Alpha and Omega. You are everything that we could ever desire, need, or want. And it is because of you, Father God, that we live and we move and we have our being. So today is a day of honor to celebrate you, to magnify you, to bring forth the vision of the briefcase that Taylor has had, God. Let each and every participant walk away from here fulfilled, encouraged, inspired, and ready to take action. You said that we walk by faith and not by sight, and to have faith and also to put action behind our faith. So today is about receiving information, but then activating it with practical application in a spirit of excellence, God. We thank you that in a briefcase comes iPads and phones and things like that, but on those devices and on those mediums of communication are proposals and million-dollar ideas and million-dollar partnerships. So let friendships be established today, let partnerships be established today, and let things that you want in the earth, in the marketplace, and in ministry happen and be birthed today. We magnify you, God, in advance. We don't wait for it to happen. We magnify you in advance for it to come to pass. Let each and every participant here, God, not just be a hearer of the word, but a doer of the word. We release the anointing of God over this briefcase atmosphere today. We release the anointing of God in a consuming fire here at the Advancing Church. We're in a church setting, but let the studio be stirred up with the gift of God. Let each and every speaker come here with clarity, with conviction, with compassion, with direction, and release what you know the people need to go out into the marketplace to do great exploits, to go get the fruit, to go get the bag, and that we will be mindful to advance the kingdom, God. You said to seek ye first the kingdom of God and your righteousness, and all the other things and stuff will be added unto us, according to Matthew 6:33. So we're going to get the bag, but we need to pursue righteousness first. It's in the mighty, matchless, holy, powerful name of Jesus Christ. We pray this prayer by faith. Have your way in this place today. In Jesus' name, amen, amen, and amen. Bring up Miss Tori.
All right, everybody, it is the briefcase day. Let me hear y'all say briefcase. Yes, you guys look beautiful out there. I love the energy that is in here. It is beautiful. I am so excited for my girl, my little sister, Taylor J. I'm so happy for this event. She is a wealth of knowledge. She is the coach, Coach Taylor J. What she is building is phenomenal. God is going to do great and big exploits through you. Some may think you small, but God said that you are big, and God is going to put you at a table in the presence of your enemies. When I tell you that today, hallelujah, I know this ain't church, but if God got a word on my mouth for her, I'm going to release it. God said, who you are and who he's called you to be shall be. Not what man say, not what man think, not what they think or what they want to stop and block you. God said he's going to do a new thing in you. God. Ekorabasara. Hallelujah. Glory to God. Ekoriandadadabasu, kuriandadadabaso. Glory to God. Ekorabasana. He said, I have called and chosen you before the foundations of this world. Many have counted you out, but you was always in, says the Lord. Many nights you have cried. Many nights. Many nights you cried. People didn't see that. It costs the oil that is upon your life. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. Lord, we thank you for meeting us here in Jesus' name. Now, I'm going to introduce to you none other than Coach Taylor J. That's my little sister. I love her dearly. I support her. I pray for her. I encourage her. I know that God is going to do great things through her. And this is just a piece. What you see here is a piece of what God is going to do through you. Hallelujah. As long as you stay planted in him. Now listen, none other than your girl, my little sister, some of y'all friends, some of y'all cousins and all that. Coach Taylor J. Let's give it up for our girl, Coach Taylor J. Woo.
Woo, look at y'all. Y'all look amazing. Y'all look amazing. Listen, I'm extremely excited to be hosting a briefcase. I have been doing a lot of things virtually, and, I kept feeling this strong pull to do something here, in a building and gather us all together. And I was really nervous about it, right? Because I'm like, who's going to show up? Because I do things with people literally all over. And so I got a nice, solid online audience, but I'm like, who will show up? And so I just want to give honor to you all for just showing up, for stretching. I am a coach, y'all. And so one of the biggest struggles that I had, and I'm going to be very transparent, is really pulling on you all to stretch you, right? And just help you to just see that when you stretch and you step out in a whole nother way, that the glory of God will just come through like never before. You'll experience things on another level. Your mindset will be expanded. And so I was calling on people, hey, can you grab coffee? Hey, can you get up at 6:30? Hey, can you do this for me? And you all, everyone said yes. I didn't receive one no. So shout out to all of you all. Yes. I got a yes from Chick-fil-A, amazing. I got a yes from Starbucks, amazing, right? And so I'm just so excited to just create an atmosphere where you all can come and just really have a space to be creative, get to know people. When I'm out and I'm traveling and I'm doing things, I'm meeting new people, I'm gaining new friendships, right? And it has literally changed my life. And I want to create atmospheres just like that. I want to create atmospheres where you all can link up with people. One conversation will literally change your life. One phone call, one admission ticket to an event in a room will literally change your life. And so one of my mentees, Ashley, where you at? Raise your hand. She traveled from Las Vegas, y'all. She came from Las Vegas. And I'm so proud of her because after she leaves here, then she's going to Atlanta to go visit her church home. And I think that's absolutely amazing. And so by this time next year, she said, I'm writing this in my journal. By this time next year, I'm going to have traveled all over. So I'm excited about that. That's what this thing is about, y'all. That's what the briefcase is about. So I'm excited. So shout out to you all. So a big honor to my spiritual father, my pastor, R.R. Jordan. I honor him. He has backed me with this vision. I called him about it. He said yes. And so I just thank him so much for just being a solid covering. Honor to my executive pastor, Pastor Michael Whitley. I called him. I said, hey, can you come pray over my event? He said yes, so thank you for coming to cover us. And shout out, big honor to my coach, Sophia Ruffin, who I talked to, who coached me through this entire thing. So shout out to you, Coach. She wanted to be here, but she's in Canada, so she's on assignment. So those are my honors, and shout out to Christina C. Bell. Shout out to my friend Camille Joy, who came from Texas to be here. And I can't call everybody's name yet, but I love each and every one of you all. And so I'm really excited about the briefcase, y'all. As you all can see, we have ring lights along the wall, right? We all took headshots, right, so that you all can show up polished and poised on social media and as you put out your resume and things like that. And I want you all to come into this atmosphere feeling good. That's why I kept asking y'all, what y'all wearing, right? Because when you feel good, you look good, baby, you just step up in a whole nother level of confidence. And so I pray that, you walk out of this room feeling like the person that you came into this room as, right? Just excited, feeling good, looking good, knowing what you're called to do. And so get to know people in the room, get business cards, share contact information, because you never know who you're sitting next to. You will enter into a room and it will be the very person that you're sitting next to that you may count out because they don't look the part. That may just be a multimillionaire waiting to invest into what you have to offer. And so be kind to people, y'all. Get to know people, work the room, right? And so this is something that I've realized. You cannot buy talent. You can buy your way into a room. You can buy things to make you look fancy, but you can't buy talent. And so I'm going to take a little moment just to talk about one of my brothers, right? His name is Tyler. 2 weeks ago, I had a dream about him, and he was frustrated because he felt muzzled, he felt stagnant in a box, and he was trying to speak, but he couldn't. And God quickly reminded me of who he was, right? And so as a little boy, he would always do things with the media, with technology. And I don't know if you all went to school and they gave you a MacBook back then, but the school gave him a MacBook, y'all. And he took that MacBook that was very limited. It had restrictions on it. He couldn't search certain, websites and things like that, but he was able to create videos and upload them onto YouTube. And we laughed, y'all, for days. Like, we would go back over and over again watching these parody videos that he would create. And so I got up and I'm praying for him. I'm like, God, what are you saying concerning my brother? And God told me to call him and remind him of who he was. Because on his journey into adulthood, he kind of lost his way, right? He went to school to be a music producer, and he was in front of state-of-the-art equipment. But he just got lost in the hustle and bustle of life, right? Just everyday living, going to work, back and forth, dealing with family, helping my great-grandmother. And he lost sight of that. And so I called him up and I said, yo, bro, what are you doing? What's going on? And he was like, I don't know, sis, I'm asleep. And I'm like, okay, well, get up because I want to, encourage you a little bit. And I began reminding him of who he was. And I shared with him that he feels restricted and limited because he feels as if he doesn't have the resources, right? He done sat in front of all of this state-of-the-art equipment, y'all. He's been somewhere. He's seen some things. His hands have been on high-quality, industry-standard equipment. And now he feels reduced down because all he got is a cell phone. That's all he has. And so I quickly encouraged him and reminded him, yo, bro, you were on a restricted, dusty little white school MacBook, killing it, right? And he just began to cry out on the phone. I heard my brother cry twice at my brother's funeral and then that day. And I was just blown away because, sometimes you just need to have one conversation with somebody to remind you of who you were and what you're capable of doing. And so, no, he can't afford the equipment and things like that now, but he called me back later that day and he said, yo, sis, you woke up a monster. And that's what I like to hear. I said, come on, bro, let's get it. And so you got this $1,500 cell phone, right? And you feel like you're limited. How sway? Let's be honest, $1,500 that we spend on cell phones. Some of these cell phones aren't even paid off, y'all, right? And so I'm going to get my money's worth. And so I just want to encourage you all. You may feel like, hey, I don't have the space. I don't have the equipment. Maybe you don't have a $1,500 phone. Maybe you got an Android. I don't know. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I don't know. But use what you have and what's at your fingertips, right? You all have something powerful on the inside of you. And so you can't buy talent. It's just some things you just born with. Like Treyway, he just born like swaggish. Like he just born like that. You know, some things you're just born as. And as we travel, you know, throughout life, we kind of lose sense of that because life gets in the way, right? But I want to remind you all of who you are today. So go back and think about, you know, when everything was just limitless, like, right? Like when you were a little kid, a child, and you were just imagining things and you felt like you could really do it. Go back to that time and just really begin to dream again. And so in this atmosphere, God is going to just download creative ideas into you as you sit here. So take notes, you know, don't try to, you know, cast it off like, you know, I'm trying to stay focused. Receive that. Receive what he's given to you. Because you come into atmospheres like this and you see lights and you see high quality industry standard equipment. And you're like, man, you know, can I actually do that? Quick story, last year, I was with Christina Seabell, and I was on a master class, right, with my pastor. He was hosting this amazing master class with all these, you know, fancy people, very successful people. And I was like, man, I said, sis, you think I could do something like this? She said, absolutely, Taylor J. I ended back up at her house a few weeks later, and my pastor called me and said, hey, you know, I want to invite you on to the next one. And so you could be literally sitting in your seat of an audience, and before you know it, you'll be up here with a mic at the briefcase. So don't count yourself out, y'all. And I was blown away because not only did I speak and share at that masterclass, but I also worked behind the scenes. And so I was assisting and communicating with people and sending out emails. So don't count yourself out, right? And that masterclass was on a Zoom. It was on a Zoom, y'all. Like, we weren't even in a building. Very successful. So use what you have, right? Use exactly what you have. And so, let's see. Oh, the media. So let's talk about media. Media is amazing, y'all. I was looking at news. I watch a lot of media stuff. So media isn't just social media. That's just one very small fraction of the media, right? You have newspapers, you have radio, anything that is printed or in the digital realm is just communication. Billboards are considered media. So anytime you open up your mouth and you share something, you write a book, you make a status, you make a post, you have now entered into the realm of media, right? And so we have all these different avenues of media and communication going all day long, right? Sometimes we get home and we feel like, you know, man, I feel like I'm on sensory overload because I've just received so much communication, right, from the world. And so think about it, right? These people, the people that run the media, they literally come up with strategies to keep you connected and tapped in to what it is that they have to offer. If you can grab the attention of people and keep it, right, you're winning, right? Now you're getting paid. Now they're having you to run ads, and Facebook want to pay you and YouTube want to pay you, right? That's the name of the game. And so I want to shift you all from not just being content consumers, but content creators. And so a vision that I had was that, you know, I really want to see more kingdom people and entrepreneurs with positive messages step out in the realm of media and take it over. And so I was watching a news thing, and he was just talking back and forth about how, you know, we have, you know, allies and opponents, right? And he said, how can we make sure that we push back their narrative? It's a fight in the realm of media, right? So you may see little statuses going back and forth, but what's happening behind the scenes, right? Who's behind these keyboards? Who's behind these ads, right? And all these people aren't very nice, y'all. Like, they want to pour negativity into your life. And so I'm thinking, like, man, I know so many amazing, dope people that have powerful and positive messages, amazing products and services to offer, but they don't get out in the realm of media because, one, maybe they don't know how, right? Maybe you don't know where to start. Two, maybe you don't have the confidence, right? Sometimes a lot of people don't feel like they have the time to do it, right? And so here at the Briefcase, I want to help you out to walk through that so that you understand and know what authority you truly have in the realm of media. And so, y'all, we taking over media. I'm excited about it. I have amazing speakers on today who have done amazing things. They are very credible. I mean, written books, and like Camille has been very consistent with podcasting. I listened to Christina talk about her book and, you know, was sat right next to her as she walked this thing out. Treadway doing music videos, y'all, like Lloyd Nix. Listen, I can't wait to introduce him. But listen, I'm excited. And so get your notepads out. Know that what God has given you is limitless. Like, I mean, eyes haven't seen, ears haven't heard. I didn't even know what to call this. I'm like, I know it's not a conference. It's not necessarily a church service. It's not a seminar. I don't know, but I know it's the Briefcase, right? And so this is a trend. And so know that you are a trend. So don't get on social media feeling like, man, I have to do it like them. You are unique. You're amazing. And I can't wait to see you all go forth. And so now I'm going to introduce my cousin, Lloyd Nix. I'm really excited about this one, y'all. About 2 years ago, I don't know anyone past my mom or my dad. My mom was adopted, never met my dad. Honor to my mom who's in the room, y'all. Honor to my mother. I absolutely love her so much. My mother called me, y'all. She said, I need a code. And I'm thinking, you know, maybe she want a coupon code or something. And she said, no, it won't let me have a password. I said, oh, well, I'll send you a coupon code. She said, why would I do that? She bought a whole takeover ticket. She got the whole thing. So shout out to you, Mom, for doing that. And so I don't know, you know, my dad or anyone past my mom. And so I'm like, well, let me do this Ancestry DNA test, right? And so I did that. It was really fun. I was nervous about doing it. When the results came in, I'm in my car, y'all. The red light, the notification comes up. I'm like, well, they just going to have to wait because I got to see. I learned that I was 48% Nigerian. And as I scrolled down for family members, I saw Lloyd Nix. Do you all understand and know how excited I was? I said, yes, I'm related to famous people. I was so excited. And one of the things that I absolutely love about him being my cousin is that he's so creative, so very innovative. He's fly. You know, he got Nigerian in him too. And so I'm so excited to just have him at the Briefcase. I am. I called him up. I said, yo, would you like to be a part of this? And he said yes. And so I just want to introduce you all to my cousin, Lloyd Nix.
How y'all doing? Listen, I'm just gonna let the cat out the bag. I can sing in front of so many people, but I hate talking in front of people. So you better know I love you. Like she said, we found out we were cousins, and I said today I was gonna promise her that she gonna have cousins in her life, and we're gonna do some cousin things now. All right, so get ready. So I am Lloyd Nix. If I could tell you why I have such a passion behind media, is because I believe that God's people need to have a voice in it. I remember at my old church in Redeemer's House of Worship in Illinois, we had a bishop come in. He was military, and he reminded me of how when you're in battle, the people that win are the people that are on the high ground. And it started to remind me of that we shouldn't shy away from being a part of the high ground because they're the ones that control what's going on, you know, on the ground. And then I'm thinking about all these other things, and we got all this new media coming out. We got the metaverse. Y'all know about the metaverse? Who do you think so the metaverse is basically going to be virtual reality where you can go to work in. They have virtual buildings. They even got technology, and my pastor came back and told us about this conference, that they even got technology that they can scan your face and you can be there in the room and see facial reactions, and actually it looks this real. Who do you think is going to be the top user of that technology? The porn industry. So if we don't get it, if we don't get ahead of it, our kids are going to have on glasses and consumed by porn. Right? So we need to be ahead of it. We need to be innovative. We need to be trendsetters and not 10 years behind. And so a little bit about me, I am a Christian artist, worship leader, and you'll see a little bit about it. So I'm Lloyd Nix. You can go to the next slide if I have somebody up there for me. All right. These are the things that make me me. I'm a husband. My wife, ain't she fine, y'all? That's my wife, Ashley. I'm a worship leader, singer-songwriter, and I like fashion, and especially after losing 90 pounds this year. I like it a little bit more. But yeah, these are the things that you will probably see mostly on my social media, and so we'll talk through some of that. You can go to the next slide for me. All right, and so as a husband, I think social media is a way for you to show who you are and you uniquely, and not try to, for me, it's really getting to the core of who I am and not presenting something that's false, that when people meet me, they won't see something that's so out of character with what they see online. But through that, some of the ideas, I'm going to try to give you guys some ideas of what you can use on your social media to present yourself, not a facade. And I think that's what makes us, that Christians are going to be the difference on there. There's a lot of social media influencers that they're not what they appear to be. I even told my worship team last night, and I think this is directly related to social media, I said, let our lives line up to what we sing about. And let our lives be worship. So if we're presenting ourselves as husbands online, I want to be a husband when I come in front of you guys. I honor my wife, and I'm a married man, and I carry myself as a married man because, that's my gift. All right, and some of the ideas, you can go back to the other slide. Don't go to the next one. Some of these are the things that I use on social media to kind of highlight me as a husband. And it's real collaboration, so me and her would do collaborations and vacations. I show our vacations, date nights, and story time. Just simple things, simple to the point. It doesn't have to be overthought. I love that sound that says, like, everything is content. So these are things that I use to creatively show my life as a husband, because I'm very proud of it, and in a way that's that shows the world. All right, next one. Can I get some sound? A little bit more. Right. And so with this one, I love to show, I am a singer-songwriter, I'm a worship leader. My cousin was showing me off. That was my music that was playing before. And so some of the things that I do that are creative just to show that side of me is singing videos, behind the music, and then in the moment stuff. When I'm in rehearsals, or if I'm backstage, or I'm in the studio. So whatever you do, like, so say for instance, if you're a fashion designer, you want to show people you in the moment doing your work and actually actively capturing that, because it may not be good for today, but it's good later. And then I've learned that when you capture those moments, you can then, when it's time to sit down and do social media and do, create reels, you're not searching for content. You can actually make it in bulk, and you don't have to do it every day. Like, I am not going to be doing this all day, and my wife wants me present at home, and I work full-time at a church. This cannot take up my day, so I take probably once or twice a day, once or twice a week to do it, probably no more than 2 hours to create content. And then I use something called, what do you call it? Oh my God. You can actually save it on the app, the drafts. I just save a bunch of drafts, and then at a certain time I just post it. But other than that, I'm not gonna be on this all day. I want to be present with the people that God has blessed me in my life, because these are just numbers. These are people that God has allowed me to reach, but these are the people that I have to do life with. And these are the people that's going to get to know me even deeper than that. They're going to know the story behind the stories. They're going to be with me through. When they get the testimony and they get this song, you guys are the ones that live through it with me. So I want to be present with that and maintain those relationships and not be somebody that's just stuck in my phone all the time. All right? Next, guys. Next slide. Fashion. All right, fashion, like I told y'all, I love clothes, but I'm cheap at the same time. And so, like, most of the stuff you see is from Walmart, Target. I probably have things like that. They Amazon, and I'm just looking for, and so definitely balling on the budget. But knowing how to put together, I believe like fashion is a way for you to just it's your billboard. What you present yourself, how you present yourself, how you dress, is going to a lot of times be the first thing that people notice about you. And for me, it shows my personality, and also some of the videos. So you see this video is just an example of some of the things that I do, outfits of the day, and so it may just be me. Literally, this video was chopped up from probably like a 30-second video of me just walking around doing this and stopping with it propped on a fence. And so it's just, and then I just created it later, and then I put it in my drafts. All right? And it also, just so you know, I am not afraid of money. It does not rule me. But from these videos, it's opened up brand ambassadors. Like, people will inbox you when you tag Target or something. They've inboxed me and said, hey, can I reshare this? I've had people send me hats and clothes, and I got a company that wanted me to be one of their brand ambassadors. So when people go and use my code, that's money that comes back. So just creative ways to get a return on your investment, and so that you can do ministry. And also, like, this took every bit of 5 minutes to make, and the return has been hundreds of dollars. So, all right, next one. This is the bonus.
This is me, sitting on the front step of the church where I found Jesus, a little church on the side of the road. Molested at a young age, abusive stepfather, and lost my mom to cancer down the road. But through it all, God has been faithful. And now I get to share this story with the watching world.
Being human. And of course, I'm going to say you share with what you're comfortable sharing with. I've lived through this, and I know a lot of people have lived through similar things, and I'm never going to make you feel bad if you don't feel comfortable sharing the extent of your story. And so being human and sharing my story is a big part of who I am, because I believe that, we overcome by testimony. And when we show people that there's an other side after they get through it, they can see the glory in it. And we're not glassing over that it was hard, or that they might be in the middle of it, but really being relatable is something that really creates traction and want people to get to know more who you are. And as followers of Jesus, we know that who we are should always point back to him. And so as a brand, as a trend, make sure everything you do, everything you are, points back to who he is. And some of the things that I use is story time, testimony, deep thoughts, and then popular sounds with videos. And so just that's some things, and then we'll get into that with the next slides. All right. What do I need? My phone. Every one of those videos was made with this phone. Most of them was me propping it up on the back of my car, on the bumper. All you need, if you got a smartphone, hold up, you got a phone, this is all you need. Like she was saying, she was speaking some knowledge when she said these cost $1,500. I'm gonna get a return on my investment. Like you don't need like a fancy $7,000 camera. We got them in our hands now. So this right here can be used to spread the gospel. It can be used to change lives. From me creating videos, I've gotten messages from people said I was about to commit suicide. And from this, I've been able to speak life into people. From this, songs of birth. From this, like this thing has a lot of power. It's more than just taking your kids' attention, but if you show them what to do with it, it can really be fresh ground. All right? All right, next one. All right, smartphone, make sure it's a smartphone that has good video and picture quality, and learn the camera and video settings. Like even though you have it, you need to learn how to use it. I mean, if you have a hammer or a wrench, if you don't know how to use it, it's no use, right? And so in the way that the most practical way you can do that is just by playing with it. Taking a picture, going to the settings, messing with the hues, messing with the brightness, messing with the shadows, messing with the sharpness and all these different settings that are in your phones. Like actually mess with them. And then your biggest friend, if you need to know how to do something, go to YouTube. All right? So knowing that it's quick edits. All of these pictures on the bottom were done with my iPhone. This one was literally sitting on a light post. This one was me, that everything around, we were in Mexico, and I saw some trees, and I was like, could you stand close to it? And I just caught it, put it on a certain thing, caught it, edited it on my phone. This one right here is on the back of my bumper in my car. All right, next slide. All right, invest in apps. And I know sometimes, like, you have to invest in apps. And so I have compiled a list of some of the ones that I use regularly. These are the apps that I use regularly. Invest in apps, and I would even invest in paying for some of them for the advanced features. But most of these apps, even the free features on it before you even buy the subscription, are good enough. My favorite one by far is on the video side is InShot. And so I found that I don't really like the way you have to edit on TikTok, and I'll get out the way so you can take pictures. I found out that I don't like the way that you can edit on TikTok and Instagram. It's just, sometimes it just be messing up and don't be doing what I want. But with InShot, all those videos that you saw were actually made in InShot. And so, and then you can export HD. Even in InShot, you can choose if you want it to fit a real video. You can choose if you want it to fit a story. You can actually choose the size that you want to export, and it export 4K. Right? In stories is really good for creating like really nice stories on Facebook and Instagram, like, the stories. That's a really good app because it has, say for instance, you're doing, if you sell something, they have discount templates that you can put your picture in, and you can change the color, and you can put music with it. And even in InShot, you can search music too and import music files. You can do all these things to put inside your video just to make it that everything has this clean and polished look. And then on the picture side, I love Lensa, Lightroom, and Photoshop. Lensa is really good for quick, cleans up skin blemishes, and it exports HD pictures. It adds this kind of pop. You can blur out backgrounds, you can cut out backgrounds, and all these other things with Lensa. Lightroom, I love Lightroom because you can buy actually, you can buy, what's the word I'm looking for? Different filters and lighting packages. And so like you can like actually, and sometimes they're like 50 cents, $1, and you can get like, and you can just drop your photos in and actually put like a certain filter on it to make it look, or take out a color, or make it look rustic, or make the sky look different color. It's like, or make it look, dramatic or vivid. Like they really have good filters on there. And you can do other things as far as like more in-depth editing of photos, even more in-depth in your iPhone settings. And then Photoshop Fix. Now, Photoshop Fix is, you can do everything. You can make someone look skinnier. You can make, if you got a smile that's crooked, you can fix that. You can make it smile bigger. You can take the smile away. You can even go into detail and blow it up and remove different blemishes if you want to, like if you want to do all that. So that's a really good app. So these are the ones. These are my go-to. These are my go-to apps. All right, next. Instagram and TikTok. And so I wanted to show you guys so you can get a picture of, this has been my past year just trying to, because I have over 2 million streams on Amazon Music and over probably 500,000 on between oh my God, Spotify. And so just trying to get those people over so they can get to know just not my music, but I want them to know the story behind it. And so just not just releasing music, but I feel like my social media is a way for me to add the ministry on top of the song. So they're not just bopping to it, but they actually have something to live off of and give them some meat. And so from my Instagram, you can see the followers as of last night was that many, around 5,000, almost 6,000, and then around 24 K on TikTok. What I wanted to show you this is just to reiterate these again. Those people, they are real people. They are real people, but you do not know them. They're your ministry. They're people that you get to speaking to, but they do not make you who you are. Right? God has blessed you to have their ear, but if you base your worth off of that, you need to just give it up. You've already missed the point. That your worth is not built on that. But I do want to tell you that you can use it. For me, this is where God has led me to do a lot of my ministry on, and I really feel like I said, I want to combat what the world is putting out there. But again, get you a counselor. I go to counselor. Me and my wife go separately to counselor probably every week to get this together. I have pastors in my life that speak in my life that's able to tell me the truth. I got people around me that know that you got to have people in your circle that know your dirty draws to speak truth into you. Because if all your truth is coming from that and the like, yeah. if all your truth and all your validation is coming from this, they're not going to be there at the hospital with you. They're not going to be there to call you when you're in the middle of the night and you need somebody to call to. So you need to, even though it's important to learn these things, before we move further and you see these other numbers, I want you to know your worth. You are a whole person already. All right? All right, we can go to the next slide. Instagram videos look different. It's different. So that is my Instagram. Very different beast. Like, so most of my content I create for is Instagram and TikTok, because I just don't get Twitter. And Facebook is for all my aunties and stuff that, you know, want to send me games. And my aunties that got like 5 different pages. I'm sorry. No offense if you that auntie. So what I've learned, I hope you, so if you're looking into like creating like, Instagram is no longer a picture app, it's a video app. TikTok is a video, they want you to create videos. But what I've learned is that don't beat yourself over the head trying to use because they are different. They are different in what they like and what they want it to look like. And so if I could say anything about Instagram, they want it polished. They want polished videos, but like I said, all you need is this. You don't need nothing else in those apps. The videos created in this app. Like literally, this is what you need. You don't need to overthink it. And then hopefully afterwards I can meet with y'all and we can create some things and I can just do some things with y'all and show y'all just different tricks that I use. And so on Instagram, I focus on different things than TikTok. I do singing videos, outfits of the day, deep thoughts, testimony, voiceover, text or text over, and then I use popular sounds. But very much so, if you don't leave with anything else from Instagram, they like polished. They want it clean and put together. So the next slide. Oh, no, hold on. Stay right there. I wanted to show you that you need to learn how to read these. Insights. And so Insights helps you know, okay, it'll show you, okay, what video is doing the best? What do people like? What are the ones that get the most traction? And as you can see, in the last 90 days, my account, so that's why I said those numbers don't really mean anything too on another round, because just because you're not getting the followers, that does not mean that the message is not being spread. And so over the 90 days, I've had over 106K accounts reach. That's plus 194% of what it was the previous 90 days. I've had over 3,000, almost 4,000 accounts engaged. That's 116% higher. And then my growth of followers have actually grown plus 3%. So that, you see the difference, the gap? So looking at that is fine, but you got to look at, like, it's almost like, for me, I was almost thinking about when people are chasing bigger churches. I was like, yeah, you can get a bigger church, but you can have big people with the smaller congregation. So I'm looking for big people that I can reach. And if 106,000 people heard that Jesus can lead them through troubled waters, I think that is worth it, right? Right, next one. TikTok. So that's TikTok. Can somebody shout out the drastic difference? They're both singing videos, but what's the difference? Unpolished. In the moment. Just, it was literally, somebody was just recording it, wasn't planned, wasn't rehearsed. It's literally just like, I've learned that TikTok just love raw videos. And so with TikTok, my approach is more story time, testimonies, not like the one that I was on the step at my old church with the voiceover. They like you just walking down the street, talking to your phone. That's just what they like. They rehearse. So some of the things that I'll do is like I'll record rehearsals or just singing live at church and then post that video, or in the moment. You just have a thought. Literally, it is literally as easy as you about to walk to your car or on lunch at work, just talking to the camera. The main thing, do not overthink TikTok. They just like raw video. And from that, even though it's in the negative this month, but you can still see I've reached 124K video plays. I've reached over almost 5,000 profiles, over 12,000 likes, and then 788 people have commented, and then over 760 shares in the last 60 days. And if you read those comments, you can see how those comments have become church. And then being intentional about taking time just to talk to people, encourage them. I'm praying. They say I'm praying for you. Actually, don't write, I'm praying for you back. It doesn't need to be nothing deep and spooky. Just say their name. God bless such and such. And so these are just so you can see. But even with that, you see, with this last 60 days, TikTok is actually even more. They're both unpredictable, but TikTok, at least with Instagram, there's an in-between. A good video and a bad video, and then there's in-between. TikTok ain't no in-between. The video either get like 1 million streams or one. It's just ain't no in-between, but your feelings can't be hurt because it's not about that. It's about you using this to be evangelists. I tell people that if I've been looking for this word the whole time, TikTok and Instagram it's a mission field for me. It's my mission field to spread the gospel. And so you see the difference in those, but you also see the fruit. And so if I can give you one more thing is that a lot of times you can have like 300 views, 400 views, 500 views, 2 views, but you gotta sometime measure that out over all those videos. So a lot of times releasing videos regularly and seeing them all together as one thought rather than one video. Yes, you have those videos. Like that video is almost probably 400,000 views, and even the Gaithers that wrote the song asked to reshare it. And so you never know who you're gonna connect with. Like she said, even like with you coming to events like this, you never know the millionaire that you're gonna be sitting next to. You never know who's gonna see your video. The person, it can be somebody that can yes, you want the people to see it that bring souls to Jesus, but it can also be people that can change your career and give you an even bigger platform to spread the gospel. All right, next slide. So if I can leave you with one thing that I will say this, just be you. Can't nobody be you better than you. It is so hard. It is so hard trying to be somebody else. Even with me, like even with my singing, like I know I don't sing like nobody else. I didn't grow up in church either. So, but it's my story. And so even when I get up on stage, I tell myself, when you get up there, don't be trying to be all somebody else. You better just be you. Sell out to being you completely. Even if it doesn't seem liked or accepted, sell out to being you. Because you are uniquely who God created you to be. And if we're all trying to be the same thing, we all trying to be the same leg, we just going to be walking around, the church is hopping around on one leg with no arms. And it like we all trying to be the same thing. You got to sell out to being you. even when it's not popular, because it's who you God created you to be. It's what I tell people all the time. It's the different that make the difference. All right? It's the different that make the difference. All right? That's all I got. Any questions? I want to do a Q&A. Thank y'all. Yes. Some videos cross over. Like, so the Because He Lived video, like, I guess it was just so in a moment, and if it was nothing rehearsed about that. It was so real. It did good on both. I will say this. Sometimes you can do the same video recorded twice in the same place and just remove an element to make it more raw. Like, so say, for instance, the one when I was singing my song, Big God, Big Love on the floor. I could have recorded that video again, just played it through my speakers, and put the mic down. And it would have been more, and probably cut the light up. And it'll be what I would put on TikTok. So I would, if you want the engagement on both, I would try to lean into what both like. But some things cross over, but you just got to be strategic. Yeah. Thank you. Mm-hmm. It doesn't, because even though Instagram likes more polish, it still likes a rawness too. It is not going to renting out a studio, getting all these effects and green. Like, it is literally, if I can show, can I tell you how I made that video? I took the MP3, I took the tracks, put it into Logic if you know anything about music, or you can use GarageBand. If you're doing music or if you're doing podcasts, invest into a good mic. One that crosses that's the Shure 7B. And an interface. That's a USB interface. It's a Focusrite interface. They have ones that go up to like 5 ports, but that one just have 2. They even have one that's 1. And I plugged it in my computer. I literally propped the camera on my couch on my lunchbox. I said, hey, Alexa, turn the lights blue. And then I set it there on the thing, and and then so like syncing videos, I started the record, and I started my video, and I clap. Because when I clap, I can see the spike in the sound. So when I match it up, the sounds will match from the recording. Then I just take it out. I took out the video sound and kept the sound that was from the computer and just imported into InShot, lined it up, put a couple of effects, put the effect that it was coming in close, and that video literally took 10 minutes to do. 10 minutes to do. Any more questions? We good? Oh. I usually focus on those first, and then I let it spill into my other. I don't have to really worry about YouTube so much. It's because YouTube is hooked to my music. So when I put new music out, it automatically goes to YouTube. By the way, if you put music out, I'm gonna put y'all on game. YouTube will start a whole nother page with your name, and they'll be getting views and money from your name. So you actually got to email them and say, hey, can I have my page? Can you link it with my account, so that when I get those streams, they go to me? And so I actually went, and it took like 30 days to probably 2 months, and they linked my 2 pages together. So every time I put out new music, when they make that video go on YouTube with my album cover is now linked to my personal page, and it's monetized now. So those views come in the form of a check every other month. And so like knowing those little things, but YouTube I don't really have to think about because even when I usually put like my music videos up there or longer videos, or my music that I release automatically goes on there, and it's also monetized as well through my distribution. You talking about the other page that they create? So it's confusing because they'll type in your name and they'll see like your regular page, but then they'll see this other page that's not you, but it's got all your stuff on it, your music. And so you just got to make sure that you, and then it usually say like it's owned by YouTube and stuff. You just got to like, there's like some type of email I found somewhere in Google was my best friend. I was like, who do I email to get my page? And then I emailed them, and then they gave me my page. They actually linked it to my personal account. Any more questions? Yes. I post probably almost every day, but I only create probably once or twice a week. But I take videos every day, like quick videos. Like when I go outside, if the sun hitting, I'm putting it on the side of my car, and I'm gonna do a little something, and then I'm gonna just put it in my phone and leave it there until I'm ready to do it. And then but I post almost every day, but I only create probably once or twice a week. Yep. No. No. It's not, because sometimes you'll see people that have 50,000 followers on Instagram or TikTok, and all their videos only have like 300 views each. But it's the sheer volume of how much they post. And like, even if like, what are some of the things that people do in here? Are there any bakers, fashion people, podcasters? It's as simple as you setting up your mic, recording that. That's content. So you setting up your setup, find a popular sound, or put some music behind it and put a voiceover, or TD Jakes preaching. That's a good one always. It's literally just, don't overthink it. It's literally just you showing who you are and what you do. You writing your book. Or you sharing every day a quote from your book and getting people excited about the release of it. Like, it's just things like that, just simple. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. You can do both. Those are the use, but you can also like be creative. Like, just my creative brain, I can picture a reel now where you doing one and you spin around and the video shoot to another, you doing another one, and then you at the end of the day you're like, ooh, I'm tired, and you land and you just be yourself. Be yourself, and then they have things on there like you can start playlists where you put all those videos in one and the other videos in one. Like, you just got to be clear about what you have going on in your descriptions and who you are, and stick to that. Yeah. And so sometimes, like, everybody's not video savvy, or they can't really like. I've created sounds that have become popular, but a lot of times you have other videos. If you like the sound, you can actually touch on the video or the photo of it and say use, and it'll be a video that has like a bunch of people that use it, and you can just use it, put your video under it, with you doing something that fits what the sound is talking about, cut your video down, post it. And it'll just be somebody just sitting there. Sitting there, drinking coffee with a popular sound, and it's like 2 million views on the video. Like it's literally don't overthink it. And I think this speaks to our generation too. And it gives me hope for the generation because even though everybody wants, everybody wants to live their own truth and all that, what they do crave is just real. They crave real, raw, not all the smoke and lights and puff. They just want real stuff. So if we as Christians show real people living this out and not some facade of what we want them to see, like everything is glitter and gold or we're perfect, like you let them see real people living this out, that's attracted to them. So just being yourself and not overthinking. Even now, like there's so much even in this room that can just be simple videos. Yeah. Did somebody else? I saw somebody else I thought before I answered that one. We're good. One more. If not, we all right. No. No. Sometimes I write it out, but most of it is just me trying to get away from it. Like, so I'll record a video of me just getting out of my head and just saying it like I would say it, rather than trying to make it clean and polished. I think that, like I said, they want real, and so the more organic you can make it feel, the better. All right. Thank y'all.
Did you all enjoy Lloyd? Woo! Give him a hand. That was amazing. He gave a lot of helpful information. I love when he talked about being a brand ambassador and just really showing up and evangelizing on social media. When you look at social media, I look at it as an assignment, right? Like you're showing up, you have something to offer, whether it's a product or service or encouragement, inspiration, right? It's an assignment. And so sometimes we can get consumed with just consuming content all day long, but we never put anything out there. And so be inspired to create your own content, right? And inspire other people. Everybody has something to offer. Like I said, whether it's a product, service, or even if it's just inspiration, sharing your story is powerful, right? Everybody has a story. And so you have social media as a tool to reach people all over the world. So it's a tool. So I love that. And when you become a brand ambassador, that's the next level. Like you can get paid to post. I love that. I love it. We want a little extra coin, right? And so it's a blessing to be able to stand up like that. I know people who are getting paid. Camille is a brand ambassador. She's getting paid thousands of dollars to post and to share products that she already uses for her child. So I think that's amazing. Yeah, there are people, we're watching content and people are putting on fashion overhauls and putting on clothes and makeup. Guess what? A lot of those people are getting paid for it. Amazing. And you don't have to wait for anybody to reach out to you for you to be an ambassador. You can sign up, right, as an affiliate, even of Amazon. Right? So you can do things now to position yourself. And so don't be afraid to go after the coin, be inspiring, educate people, and let them know, listen, I got something to offer. Right? I love everything that he had to share. Thank you all for asking questions. This is a very interactive environment. So if you all have questions, have things, thoughts, write it out, right? We're going to spend time after all of the presentations are over just to kind of communicate and, practice on the reels. Download the apps that you want to download. I want you all to really leave with some content. So you all look good, you feeling good, you're getting information, it's fresh. And so take everything you can out of this atmosphere. All right, get your investment. All right, so now I'm going to call up my friend Camille, y'all. I absolutely love her. And we met in Chicago traveling with our coach. And we shared, I felt led to really share my testimony, my story. And I don't really open up about that particular part of my life very often. But I felt really led to. And she looked at me, she said, oh my God, Taylor J, me too. We share the exact Same testimony. It's wild, y'all. Like, and so I really believe God sent her into my life. And I look at her and I'm like, man, she is killing it. And I see how God is blessing her. And I'm just so proud of her. Camille has been extremely consistent in everything that she does with her podcasting. It's been about 4 years, right? 4 years. She was posting consistently on social media, just showing up, just offering and giving value, right? She was on Clubhouse, just on there giving value, just giving away information and encouragement, inspiration for free. And as a result, her following has grown tremendously. And now she gets paid to post. So I think that's amazing. She has subscriptions set up and all of that. And so she showed up on assignment. And I mean, she blessed, she big blessed. And so she's going to be talking about podcasting on today. So get your notebooks out. Podcasting is amazing, right? So we got different realms of media that you can enter into. And so I'm excited about you all learning about podcasting. But first, before, who just posted a reel today about the briefcase? Did anybody post a reel? Yeah, nobody? You ain't you posted it? Come here, Portia, here. So this is a lapel mic. So like you've been doing your videos. Portia has been so consistent, y'all. I'm scrolling. I'm like, look at her go. She get in her office. She like, this is Portia. I'm like, yes, get it. So I'm proud of you.
Thank you. And I just wanted to, if you don't mind, I just wanted to thank you because Taylor has worked with me before in my business, and she's been helping me show up in this space. So usually I have help to help me to do these things, but this is the time for me to show up for me because I got to do the work. Like, everybody can't show up and do the work. Like, you have to show up and do the work. So thank you, Taylor. I love and appreciate you, and you killing it, and keep setting the tone for us.
Love you.
Thank you.
All right, Camille.
Thank you. Ooh, how y'all doing? I'm gonna try to get through with these shoes on. I took the flats off, ladies. Y'all know. How many of y'all got your flats in your bag? So, before I get started, I was just sitting there, and the Lord is like, "You did not come here. I did not come here all the way from Houston to stand up here and look cute. I came to encourage some of you to release your voice into these media waves because some of you are staying back in the, holding back. Some of you are just saying, I don't know how to do that and letting it stay there. That's not enough anymore. Witches are bold. Warlocks are bold, and we need to be bold. He just showed us, Lloyd just showed us it doesn't take much. And so be you and just get out there. You don't have to talk about what anybody else is talking about, which you'll hear as I begin to talk. But I just want to encourage you before I even get started, just to let the Lord use your voice. Come up off of it, because you can't die with everything that God put inside of you. So shine and be okay with shining. I know in Christianity we do this thing, and it's false humility where we don't want to go to the front, and we hide to the back, and we're okay with supporting people. But enough of that. The devil is a liar. So as I share podcasting, I just came to unmuzzle somebody's voice today and command you to come forth. And even right now, I hear the Holy Spirit saying, I'm going to coach somebody. I don't even know who it is, but somebody's been wanting to podcast, so I'm going to give you one-on-one coaching, which I don't even really do anymore, but you come to me after because there's a demand for you to come forth. So, can we just praise the Lord on that? Can we just think? My whole life has changed because of podcasting. So I'm very qualified to talk to you about this. I was a chef, an executive chef, with a full-time job, working in this field of culinary for 11 years. And today I do this full-time. I didn't leave my job on my own. The Lord pushed me out. But while I was a chef, I noticed somebody always coming into my kitchen with their headphones in their ears. And I was like, what are you listening to every day? And she said, a podcast. And so she gave me a few names of podcasting, and I got hooked because 8 hours of running around the kitchen, and most times, people are speaking different languages. You just, need another world to escape into. Not because of their other languages, but because, it's just a lot going on in kitchens, especially as a female. So I put those headphones in my ears, and I entered into the world of podcasting. And so I'm here to just encourage you to get started. Started off as a Christian podcast for Christian women. And in 2020, I pivoted to mothers. I felt led to pivot to mothers, and it's important through all that we do in media to be led by God, even when it makes no sense. I didn't want to do anything that I'm doing now on my own. It was because he led me to. And so he led the shift to switch to motherhood, and Clubhouse entered. And so because I was already used to 2 years of podcasting and talking, I got on the app and literally ran and just talked and talked and talked. And I was able to grow the #1 parenting club on that app. In less than a year, over 50,000 members. With moms all over the world. And so shortly after that, maybe a year after that, he had me just continuing to highlight autism and congenital heart disease, because my 5-year-old is autistic, and he has congenital heart defects, and he's had 3 heart surgeries. And so the Lord I remember sitting on the couch telling my husband, I feel like I have to make a decision. I just feel so pulled to just go in this one lane. And he's like, yeah, I think you need to just talk about autism. And then it took my platform to over a whole new level of just encouraging parents, raising children with disabilities. Because I'm a Christian, right? We ain't supposed to have children with disabilities, right? Because God heals, right? But he heals in many different ways. And so I believe that so many parents were just hiding and just needing somebody to look out like, wow, my God, I'm going through this too. And so it was nothing out of perfection. I just had one reel go viral. My wig was lifted up, not glued down, and I was crying on a real moment that hit like 5 million views. And so I'm about 9 months in now, and 61K on Instagram, and 8K on TikTok, 37K on Facebook from obedience. I don't want to talk about children with disabilities, but I'm raising one. And God, I found myself saying, wow, thank you, God, for giving me a child with disabilities, because somebody needs to encourage these parents in the Lord. Somebody needed to be the voice. And so you have a voice that somebody needs. So you have to come forth. All right. Okay, I'm ready to get into it now. So I'm just going to teach you how. I bought little equipment. I brought my Rodecaster that I'll plug in and allow you guys to see, which is an interface and advanced level. I brought my Shure mic. I brought a Rode mic, my computers, just to plug in and show you guys 2 separate, a beginner setting and an advanced setting, just depending on your budget. The Rodecaster is about $700. With the Shure mic, it's $300. But then you can just buy a $99 mic as well and plug it into your computer. So both work equally. It just depends on what you want to do. Okay. All right. Well, if you could put it on #1. Okay, there you go. Exciting conversations that can change the world. When I came on and started podcasting, when I got onto Pandora, I realized how there weren't enough regular believers like me and you. There was Joyce Myers, there was T.D. Jakes, there was Stephen Furtick and Joel Osteen, but there weren't a lot of us. But there were a lot of horoscopes, there were a lot of tarot card readers, there were a lot of new age worship, and not enough of us. And so I just started, I've been teaching this also for about 3 years. I'm just encouraging Christians to come on, and you will go global. It's an automatic global audience that you'll have. And so we'll get started. Placing yourself in the right category. There are 19 overall categories, and 15 of these categories are broken up into subcategories. For an example, there is families, and then under families, there's parenting, there's and under wellness, there's therapy. Under Christianity, there's under religion, there's Christianity, there's all the religions. Under society and culture, there's personal journals. So there's a few different places in which you could put yourself, but that's very important. And you want to put yourself in the right category so that your people can find you, but also you don't want to go into the oversaturated categories. So although we are Christian, we have to get creative, because you don't want to put yourself in the Christian category, because then you compete on the charts with those who, Joyce Myers, T.D. Jakes, who have big numbers, all the churches. And so I found other ways to pocket myself. I'm in parenting, I'm in personal journals and society and culture, and I've been hitting the charts these years. The charts are very important. Can you go back to that slide? I'm not sure if I was done with it. Yes, I was. Oh, yeah. I was, the example, I was number 1 in Barbados. And so when you start your podcast, you will sign up on chartable.com, and that will start to track your podcast. And you'll get an email, hey, you were number 3 in France. Hey, you're number 13 in Ireland. And you wonder who's over there, but our people are over there. They're in the armed services. I had someone to tell me she was in the armed services in Ireland, and I was like, oh, wow. Now I get it. They can't listen to every app in every country, so they can't go on social media. Some places are blocked, but they are able to listen to podcasts. And so that's where, we come in. Okay. Accessories. You'll need to purchase a great quality USB microphone. My favorite is Rode or Blue Yeti. Dynamic microphones. They are my favorite. Rode is because it can partner with also video equipment. A lot of mics can. It's really just apples and oranges. I have a Rode mic. Taylor J likes Blue Yeti. So it really just depends on the look you want for your podcast, 'cause it's going to go back to matching with social media and marketing yourself. And so it's really no difference on the beginner mics. And preferably one with a built-in pop filter. You need the pop filters because that'll come out when you start talking in your podcast. And you don't want people to hear the harshness of that. So you put the foam over it, or you get one that has a built-in pop filter. Some people even use their phone, but I don't suggest that due to the quality. So, if you really feel the fire and you're like, I need to start one right now, go ahead. But then step up and invest in a microphone. Especially if you want to use it as a part of growing your brand. You want to come into a space where you can stomp with the big dogs and not play small. You need a great pair of headphones. And the reason I use headphones, some people like to have them on the whole time. I don't. I just use them for editing, because sometimes you'll hear a little, some air or a little tick that you didn't hear with just the computer. So headphones are great, and you can just order any on Amazon. All right, next slide. Pick a hosting site. Hosting is very important. As you begin to build the volume of your shows and your files, you need somewhere to host it. And so if you use Google Drive, we have files at home, we use Google Drive to hold them. This is why you need a hosting site. All of your audio is stored here and then pushed out. So here are a few examples: Podbean, Buzzsprout, Libsyn. There are a lot. The only thing I put on the bottom is I don't recommend Anchor for a few reasons. Number one, they just changed this, but they used to own the rights to your show. They just switched over this year to releasing those rights. Sometimes they make you put ads in your show. If you ever hear someone say, hey, you want to know how I started this show? I use Anchor. And the listeners are distracted by that. Also, when you start to grow, they have the right to put in ads in your show. So when I first started teaching, I would just let everybody use whatever hosting site they wanted to use because it didn't matter. But as I continued teaching over the years, I realized Podbean was true to being the one that gave you the most international reach. So my customers, my clients, my students, right away, they went global. Within the first month, they had Brazil, they had Russia, they had Germany listening, and it was through Podbean. And then I found out it's from our people over there in the armed services. Now, Podbean also has an app where you can just go live from your phone. You can go live podcasting, you can record it and edit it all through the app as well. And so it's really good. Next slide. Submitting to all platforms. Through your hosting site that I just mentioned, you will be provided with something called an RSS feed link. And this link is going to be submitted for a one-time approval to the platforms like Apple, Google, Spotify, Pandora, and now there are so many podcast apps. So you can just say, wherever podcasts are, but you'll do a one-time submission, and then every time you go and record, you upload your episode one time. And then because you've done that one-time submission to set it up, it'll pull it out. Apple will pull it, Google will pull it, Spotify will pull it. I'll compare your hosting site to like Facebook when you post a status. So, you'll just go in and you'll maintain your hosting site, and that's it. Write this website down, mojpodcast.com, and you all can use the promo code bootcamp to just take the course, the beginner's course on how to start a podcast. So it'll be professional videos in there and all of these slides. So if mojpodcast.com. So, So if you get home and you're like, what did she say? You can just go, and I already have put videos in to teach how to start a podcast, and you can go back. And then the one or two people I was talking about, y'all come to me, and then I'm going to coach you further. 5, editing programs. I recommend GarageBand. GarageBand is great if you're a Mac user. Apple has an Apple Podcast Studio app on the Mac as well. That, I think it costs about $8 a month, but what I like about that one is this is Apple Podcast Studio is the only one that actually will pull your edited episode right from there. So when we use GarageBand, Audacity, or Adobe Premiere, you have to download it to your computer and then upload it to wherever you're going to go to. My personal favorite for beginners is Audacity, because before I started a podcast, I used Audacity. It was just really easy. If you know how to upload anything to Google Drive, you'll be fine with editing. And if you ever get lost, all of these videos are on YouTube. So if you're like, why does that sound like this? This is not doing what it's supposed to do. They're on YouTube. YouTube has saved me many times. All right. This is supposed to be first, but a podcast is a digital audio MP3 sound file that is made available on the internet for downloading to a computer or your mobile device. It can be compared to a radio show that you can access on your phone. So if you have any special interests, and if you like to talk to people or want to get a special message out, you should consider starting a podcast. It gives you a global reach. Now, is there another slide, or is that it? If there isn't, one thing I didn't put on here was the video portion, because now video podcasting is very popular. So it's almost a must now. You have to have video podcasting. One platform that I know people use is StreamYard to video their guests. I use Riverside.fm. It's made for the podcaster. Also, one that I just learned about that allows you to go live on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram is called Switcher. And that has a little price, but I've used it with one of my latest clients when he has guests, and we stream them out everywhere, and it's really, it's next level. So yeah, so I mean, that's podcasting. You don't have to know how to talk. I just got braces. I have a gap. I have a lisp. I felt the least qualified to keep on talking to people, but God pushed me out there. So don't y'all dare hold on to what he gives you to say. Somebody needs you. Any questions before we move on about podcasting? No? Okay. All right. Whoever you are, come see me. And my equipment is back there when we have our break. If anyone wants to see what the mics look like and the broadcaster, you can see. Here you go, bro. All right, did you all enjoy Camille? My goodness, I absolutely love podcasting. She began teaching me about it and talking about it. I'm like, man, I didn't realize I love podcasting. And so I just want to encourage you all to go start a podcast. Even if you feel like, yo, I don't want to go 4 years long, right? You can do little series, just test it out just to see what your reach will be, and it'll activate your voice. So thank you so much, Camille, for sharing all of your knowledge. So make sure you all go to moj.com. Yes, and use the code BOOTCAMP. That way you all can go and take the course and just really take your time with it, have a lot of fun with it, get you a cute podcast cover, share it, post it. It's a lot of fun. Activate that voice. So thank you so much, Camille, for sharing. Absolutely. One of the things that I love about Camille is I'm watching her. I watched her before she gained a lot of followers. And she never changed when she got these followers. She's still delivering value. She still sees it as a responsibility. And so she's not so quick to just sell people things, but she really thinks and prays and asks God, like, God, what is it that you want me to give to the people? And so now she has a subscription on Instagram. It's 99 cents. I think that's so amazing. I was so excited to just see her page just go to new levels, right? It's fun. It's ministry. It's assignment. And she takes her job, her assignment very seriously. She's always thinking about the people who are following her. She has a community created, and she will go to war in those comments for the people that she loves. So shout out to Camille. Go and follow her. Make sure you all get that podcast class and get started. And so now I want to introduce to you all James Treadway, King James. Y'all, I love Treadway so much. I just really enjoy sitting back watching him just do what he does. He is so passionate about the youth, his music. He's so powerful, very knowledgeable, and he's extremely fly, y'all. So I'm excited just to see what he has to bring today. Go and make sure you all follow him on Instagram. I called him up one day. I was just praying for him. I pray for him all the time. He don't even know. But I was praying for him, and I'm like, let me call Treadway. I'm like, yo, where the videos? I just wanted to see him and hear his voice out in the realm of media because I truly believe that there's an enormous crowd of people who want to hear from him. And so I introduce to you all James Treadway, King James.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? Good, good. I'm so excited. First and foremost, I want to thank you for inviting me to the Briefcase. It's a dope event. It's been dope before we even started. When you called and gave me the vision, I'm like, wow, that is amazing. And so you're doing an amazing job. One time, I want you all to give a hand clap for yourself. For yourself. And so I want to start off with the question. How many babies does it take to change a life? And that's the first slide. How many babies does it take to change a life? Come on, y'all can kind of, one. But I want you to know that one baby is you, all right? I'm not really the teacher type guy, I'm a speaker, all right? I want you to know that one baby is you. You are that one baby, right? I have a lot of Christians in the building. Jesus was just one baby, changed the world. Moses changed his nation. David changed his community, changed his city, changed his country, changed his nation. It only takes one. Next slide. If you look at that picture, it's a very powerful picture to me. Very powerful picture to me because I'm that one baby right there, that little fat guy right there with the white and red shirt on. But this picture is powerful to me because it shows something that the average person can't see. I'm the youngest of 4 children, Naomi, Daniel, David, and then there's James. James was born in Elkhart, Indiana. Elkhart, Indiana, little old Elkhart. A lot of people don't even know it exists. Elkhart, Indiana. A lot of people think I'm from St. Louis. I'm really from Indiana. However, in this picture, I'm probably 1 year old. I don't even know how old I am, but I'm probably like 1 year old. And that baby moved to St. Louis. And when I got to St. Louis, that baby was in a pumpkin seat, living in a shelter. And we lived in the shelter until mom and dad could go through a program where they were taught how to budget their finances, where the program helped them get jobs. And after we leave the shelter, that baby moved into public housing on Macmillan off of Taylor and Sarah. The tracks. Anybody from St. Louis, you know what the tracks are. But I love this picture because who would have known what that one baby on his mother's lap would become? That baby right there has done some amazing things that we will get into later. And so I want to talk to you, next slide, I want to talk to you real quick about the power of social media. The power of social media, right? And a lot of times when we think about the power of social media, we begin to talk about how powerful TikTok is. We begin to talk about how powerful Instagram is and how powerful Facebook and all of these social media platforms or any media platform. We begin to talk about how powerful they are, but I want you to understand that these media streams are so powerful because of you. And they understand it to what a point they will pay you to be you. There's no power in social media unless you engage it. Instagram ain't powerful. TikTok is not powerful. YouTube isn't powerful. It's the people who are on TikTok that are changing lives. It's the people that are on Instagram that are inspiring people to do things that they didn't even understand that they could do. So I want to talk to you about the power of social media. Next frame. So social media, what is social media? Social media is websites and applications. Websites and applications that enables people. Enables people, right? They enable people to do what? To create. To create. So what are you creating? What are you creating? And I think that has to be the thought. And so for me, I want to dig in what was in that little bitty baby sitting on his mother's lap and say, what was I created to create? Right? And this will keep you from really trying to figure out, what should I do? All you have to do is just dig in the power that's on the inside of you, and that's when you will figure out this is what I should create. Right? And so for me, I understand that I was created to create. God did not create anything that has the breath of life in it to not create. Everything that has the gene, the breath of God in it should be creating, right? We create babies. We create, we created, God created through us everything that exists. I know y'all probably heard the saying that God didn't make the notebook paper, he hid it in the trees, right? God didn't put the table, he hid it in the trees, and then it was our responsibility to connect with God and create the things that God will give us the idea, right? Where does that idea come from? The idea comes from God. He will download you with an idea, and the idea should come through you. You should create it, and you should put it in the earth. That's one of my major sayings, like, put it in the earth, right? You have all of these things on the inside of you, right? So the scripture talks about the parable of the people with the talents, and he gave one 1, he gave one 3, he gave one 5, and when he came back, one of them buried it in the ground. And he says, why didn't you flip it? Why didn't you invest it? Why didn't you at least invest it where it could gain something? I believe that the places that we bury our talents is in our hearts and in our heads. In our hearts and in our heads. And so I made a post not too long ago about get your gift off the shelf. Oh, no, that's not what it was. It was don't let anyone put you in a box, right? Because a box is made for two things. It's made for dead people and things that are put on the shelf, right? So you have to get your creativity out of the box of your head and out of the box of your heart, and you have to put it in the earth. You should not die without putting everything that God has placed in you from a baby without putting it in the earth, right? Because this is the power behind social media. And it's a lot of people that's creating outside of the influence and outside of the gifts that God has placed in them, and it is not powerful. Right? See, you really don't have to worry about how many people you reach off of one post, how many views you have, how many likes that you may have. All you have to understand is that if you just reach one person, the power of what God placed in you has flowed through you to touch somebody else's life. And so social media is just a variety of applications and websites that enables us to create and to enter into the social platform to network with other powerful people. That's all social media is, okay? So I want you to understand is that you are a creator. You are a creator. You are created to create. And oftentimes we get frustrated when we don't create. Like, do you understand that depression hits people when they just sit in the room and they just watch television and they just listen to music, right? Depression is getting ready to set in because you're supposed to be creating what God has placed on the inside of you, and you should be putting it in the earth. There's no reason why you are that powerful. You are that talented. You are that skillful. I'm talking about you really have the mind of God, and you're not putting it in the earth. Next slide. The number of social media users globally grew. Somebody say globally. Globally grew. And I wanted to put that globally grew because in our city, we've used the excuse of I'm from St. Louis. That don't work no more. You can't use that no more because social media is the biggest country in the world. And you live in it. Okay? So you don't have that excuse anymore that people in St. Louis don't support me. You no longer have that excuse is that the people in St. Louis, they ain't ready for what I do. You don't have that anymore. Because you are in a network that transcends your city, that transcends your state, it transcends your country. It globally grew in January 21 to 4.62 billion. I mean, from 4.2 billion in January 21 to 4.62 billion in January 22, right? This accounts for 10.1% growth for global social media usage. This gives digital marketers opportunities to connect with new audiences worldwide. All right? So I want you to understand this because I need you to understand that the Creator, what he did was a blueprint for us to follow. So when God created, he created the earth. The earth. And what he created was for the whole earth, right? So what's in you is not just for your city. It's a global platform. Okay? It's a global platform for you to be able to step into Africa without ever stepping into Africa. You can step in Paris without ever stepping in Paris. Right? This thing translates your language into other translations, but you have to understand that you have to break out of this city mindset, this state mindset, and understand that you're not creating just for your city. You're not creating just for your state. You are creating for a global world who God has given you the blueprint to speak, to create, to put your music out there, to put your podcast out there, to put your ministry out there, to put your songs out there, to impact the world. So don't worry about if family's not supporting. Don't worry about that. The world is awaiting for you to put it in the earth. Not the city, the earth. Okay? So social media has grown. And it's not going to stop. Billions of people. Billions of people. Lloyd said you have those people that post every day. And they may have 100,000 followers. Right? Well, they probably been posting for years, and they probably got one follower a day. And they probably got 100,000 posts. Right? So how many followers could you get from just staying consistent and putting out what you should be doing? Right? Once you connect with your followers, you build a relationship with them. Right? You build a relationship with them. Next slide. I want you all to meet this little guy here. Anybody know who this guy is? LeBron James. That's baby LeBron, right? LeBron, he was born to a 16-year-old teen. His father was nowhere to be found, and his grandmother, who was the only person to help his mother raise him, passed away when he was only 3. That's baby LeBron. Only child. Support system is just his mother. What if LeBron would have wasted everything that was on the inside of him because of his story? Because of the challenges that he will face of my dad is nowhere to be found. Right? I want to help some people today because you think that you can't do what you're supposed to do because you face challenges. Well, don't let the challenges of your childhood stop you from putting what you should be putting in the earth, right? Because this same little baby, he had something on the inside of him that he was getting ready to do something that has never been done before. So now this guy, this little bitty baby, he's a 4-time NBA champion, gold medalist, Olympian, right? And he became the first billionaire to still be playing at the same time. Right? But all of this was in his little bitty baby. And it's like all of this greatness was in this small baby, right? And that baby is you. You are powerful. You drive social media, right? So this is why the anxiety of social media can't overwhelm me. This is why the stress of social media can't overwhelm me, because I know that I give social media the power. So if you stressed and you anxious about, who's responding and who's liking and who's sharing, you probably need to check yourself, right? Because the power is coming from you. It's coming through you. It's coming out of you. You control it, right? And don't worry about the increase, because God gives the increase, okay? He gives the increase. So LeBron James was born to a 16-year-old. Father was nowhere to be found when he was 3 years old. His grandmother died, but he turned out to be something great. He was the only child. All it takes is one. All it takes is one to change the trajectory of your family. I want you to meet this next person. Meet David. Meet David. David recently became a celebrity stylist through the power of social media. All right, now when I say the power of social media, I need you to really understand what I'm talking about. He became a celebrity stylist through the power of social media. Next frame. This is who he's styling. This guy here. Willie Moore Jr. is the #1 inspirational radio show in the world. In the world. Now, I want you to watch how this happened. Me and David had a conversation, and we had one of those St. Louis conversations. Okay? I want y'all to get that out y'all mind, because that's not true. It's not true. It's something that's causing you not to put out what you should be putting in the earth. The thought that St. Louis ain't ready. I hate it here. We late on stuff. We was having a conversation, and David was inspired during the pandemic to get back to what he loved since he was a kid. He talked about a story on, how many of y'all remember the Eastlands? And he had a pair. Y'all remember the Eastlands, right? If you're in the fashion like that. My sister had a pair of Eastlands that he stole, and he put on just because he wanted to go to school fresh. Right? But David has always been into fashion. He's always been into, I need a nice pair of shoes, I need a nice pair of jeans. And so he started working early when he was a kid. He was about 14, 15 years old, cutting the church grass because he wanted to go get the new shoes, because our parents, they weren't buying us shoes like that. You got you a pair of K-Swiss, a white K-Swiss, and a pair of black K-Swiss, and you thugged it out for the whole school year until income tax came. And income tax came when it was a little cold, so you got you a little pair of Timberland boots. And if you got the suede pair, you had to wear them boots with the, with the water stains in them and the beat up. So David says, man, I love fashion. And so David, during the pandemic, said, I'm just going to put on clothes and I'm just going to take pictures. Right? He was inspired to get back to something that was in him, because David was the little boy that was sitting up there in the back on that family picture. Something great on the inside of David. He began to take pictures, and then he said, man, bro, look who watching my look who watching my story. And he showed me, say, Willie Moore Jr. Oh yeah, that's bro, man. I've done some things with Willie Moore Jr. and he's a cool guy. And the whole time, he like, look, bro, he like, I think he probably saw, let me know my time. I think he probably saw me from your page, right? So Willie inboxed David. Willie is always in Atlanta. He inboxed David. He says, what's up, bro? Man, I'm digging what you're doing, man. I think it's time for me to kind of take my wardrobe to the next level. Like, I'm really about to start doing some things in the community, a lot of things in media. I got some deals with TV One going on, and I want you, man, I love your style. I love your swag. I love what you're doing. Now, me and my brother, we stay in the hood. We stay on Cottage Avenue in North St. Louis, in the city, right? That's where I do my ministry. That's where I live. That's where I stay, in the hood. Willie say, man, I got to come see you. He flies all the way from Atlanta, pulls up to St. Louis in the hood, walks through the door to talk to David. He say, you got it, man. You get ready to take me to the next level. He saw David on the Explore page. Now David got stuff in the works. Pastor Mike Todd, Lecrae watching him, LaToya Luckett watching him. They're like, David, we got to, because he put what was in him in the earth. That's the power of it. If you just stay consistent, do what you love. Follow those tips Lloyd was giving. Follow those tips that Miss Podcast was giving. I forgot your name. I'm going to call you Miss Podcast for the day. Right? This is the power of social media. Next frame. During the pandemic, David, myself, and I have a friend that's in the podcast and go by the name of The Life Changer. During the pandemic, we saw how important it was to help people. A lot of people was out of jobs. A lot of people, hairstylists and barbers and things of that nature, single mothers, they were struggling. So what did? We did like Lloyd did. Lloyd, we had our phones propped up on 2 shoe boxes. And we kind of staggered them because, you get that back, it'll fall. So we like, shoot, we can't. So we staggered them and we set those up. And because of the creativity that God placed in us, we were able to raise over $70,000 and give away every penny to families in the pandemic. Right? And there were people from all over the country that were giving. I'm talking about we had to turn that little demonstration into an office building. We had the next time we got ready to go, people was coming over with laptops like, man, because we had to pay bills. People were sending money via Cash App. We was hitting 10,000. We was like, we had another 5,000. We'll pay bills and we'll show, like, look, this is the Aaron we paid. And everybody like, woo, here's fire. We paid the bill and people were giving. People were saying, man, I got to jump in there. They were giving. People was coming by the house. Look, here's here's $5,000. Here's $50. Here's this, because they understood what we were doing was powerful. Facebook was the medium that we used, but the power was flowing through us. It was flowing through us. And so we $70,000, next slide, $70,000 on Facebook in a global pandemic to help families in need. A global pandemic. We sending people groceries. The power of social media. All you got to do is just put it in the earth. Next slide. This is us. Got my boys with me. We keep our families with us. Somebody saw it and said, hey, we want to recognize you guys for what you did. We want other people to know what you all did. Y'all bless the nation through the power of social media. That little bitty baby produced this, right? That little bitty baby produced. Go back. You can go. That little baby right there produced something that was never even thought of, right? So I asked my mom. I asked my mom, a legit question. I said, I'm the youngest. I said, did you all plan to have me? She said, James, no, we ain't even plan to have you. They were done. They were legit done. So it was nothing but God who put me here. It was nothing but God who put me here. And I understood the power of social media when Bebo dropped. Y'all remember Bebo? Bebo was my first social media platform. And I'm going to tell you how I understood social media was powerful. Because on Bebo, I met a little girl all the way from Greensboro, North Carolina. Her at the time on Bebo, if it wasn't but her name on there was Giggles Girls For You. and she was fine. Right? Let me show you the power of it though. So I shot my shot. And at the time, it wasn't no cell phones. You had the house phone. And if you ain't had no money, your house phone had a cord on it. You had to pick it up and you had to close it back down. And if you did have a phone without a cord on it, your parents had it in that room. So anytime you were talking, they'll pick that joint up and be listening at your conversation. You better get off the phone with that little girl. But anyway, make a long story short, I was calling the girl all the way in North Carolina. I connected with her. I'm calling, but I'm sneaking and I'm calling. But the phone bill came. Long distance. I had no idea. Mama say this phone bill $235. This when phone bill be about $45, $30. She said, who been calling Greensboro, North Carolina? I don't know. I knew exactly who it was. But the number was connected to the bill. My mama called, y'all know anybody in St. Louis? Her mama pick up like, no. Then her mama asked her, do you know something? She said, some boy named James. This is after 3 days of investigation. So I knew at an early age the power of social media on how I could connect with somebody. So all that baby doing right now is using what God has placed on the inside of him to connect with people on social media. To put what God has placed in me in the earth. And I want to inspire you to do the same thing. So next frame. So now this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing. I'm writing curriculums. I'm writing curriculums that will still be here even when I die. I love it, Lord, because I believe that when you die, you still should be speaking. And I believe that when you pass away, that your social media is going to go to the next level. That's just the way it is. Didn't know, people knew about Nipsey Hussle, but when Nipsey Hussle passed, that's when everybody knew Nipsey Hussle. When people pass away, what you put in the earth is going to touch more people than you touch when you were living. But that's why you have to create. And that's why you don't worry. Martin Luther King, he's still speaking. Miles Monroe, he's still speaking. Tupac still speaking. Been dead, I don't know how. Tupac still speaking so much that y'all still think the man alive. He in Cuba somewhere. The man is gone. Right? He's gone, but he's still speaking. The beautiful thing about that baby picture, and you don't have to go back to it. The beautiful thing about that baby picture is that the photographer who was shooting the photo captured something that will never be forgotten. The photographer was actually pointing the lens at a family that was powerful, right? And so, because I really want to drive this home, because you are the power of social media. So real quick, what I want you to do is, next slide, real quick, what I want you to do is, I want you to get your phone out. And I want you to take you a selfie. Come on, get your hair together. Many of y'all did y'all, I did my head shot back there, and he was like, turn a particular way. I didn't know which way to turn because I didn't know which side was my good side. I said, women, they know which side their good side is. So turn to your good side. That's right, get it all together. and I want you to take you a selfie. And the reason why I want you to take a selfie is because I want you to vow, and this wasn't even in my plan to say this. I want you to vow to never give up on yourself. Never give up on yourself. If you give up on yourself, there's billions of people who won't get what God put in you. Billions of people. And the reason why I'm telling you billions of people is because I believe that the generations that are going to come through your family line will be blessed through you. But I need you to really focus on how powerful you are, and don't you die without recording those videos. Don't you die without being able to, 1,000 years, somebody be able to hit play and say, this is what my mama was saying. This is what my ancestors was putting in the earth. And they're going to be able to use that. So I don't want you to give up on yourself. You got to stay healthy. You got to stay whole. And you got to understand that you got something that's been in you. See, I wrote a book that's called Tailor-Made, because I needed you to understand that God created and designed you to do something that can't nobody else do. Y'all see the little brown outfit I got on? It's tailor-made. It's made specifically for me. But it had to get cut on. It had to get pressed. That means it had to go through some pressure. It had to go through some heat. Some fabric had to get trimmed off of it. And so the reason why I don't want you to give up on yourself, because when you start going through your tailor-made process, that's when you feel like you want to quit. But that's when the power is being produced. You got to get trimmed on. You got to go through pressure. You got to go through a season where you feel like quitting. But you got to tell yourself that quitting is not an option. You got to look yourself in the mirror. You got to cry your tears. You got to mess up that mascara. You got to strip off that masculinity. You got to strip off that. And you got to tell yourself that, look, I can't quit because I love myself. I believe in myself. And I'm bigger than any social media platform because I am the power. It says that he is going to do exceedingly, abundantly above all, according to the what? The power that works in who? In you. In you. And I'm so glad for things like the briefcase, because what it's doing is it's taking us and putting us in a whole new realm. That's why I was so glad for the pandemic. I was so glad for the pandemic because it showed the body of Christ that you got to take off some of the ways that you think about media. You have to. Because media is getting ready to do something for the world in the church that it has never done before. So now we got e-campuses. Now we got lives. We got people joining church because of media. So I'm glad that it hit. Because now we're in a place where God was trying to pull us to in the first place. And so I need you to understand that you are the gift. Do not give up on yourself. Do you have social media? Use what God has placed in you to change the world. You are the power. You are the power of social media, right? And I'm so glad you did this, Taylor, because you are showing people how powerful they are. The power of social media. Write your book, put your CD out, do your concerts, do your fashion shows, do your podcasting. Put it out there, man. What you waiting on? Do you know you finna die? Hey, real talk. What are you waiting on? Tomorrow? What you gonna keep waiting on tomorrow for? You're just getting closer and closer to death, right? But when you die, you should still be speaking. Thank y'all for y'all time. Power of social media.
Wow, that was powerful. Wow, that was powerful. Did you all enjoy James Treadway, King James? He said a few things that really stuck out to me. He talked about influencing, right? And influencing is getting a bad rap. I'm like, my goodness, don't come for us. But influencing is very powerful. Even celebrities are now tapping into influencer and influencer marketing. I'm seeing like Rick Ross link up with influencers now, to get his name out there. And so know that your social media platforms, or whatever media platform you choose to use, has reach, right? They're looking. They checking it out. Major corporations are tapping into influencers. And he talked about his brother David. And what I think is so significant is don't sleep on people with that don't have thousands of followers. Don't sleep on us, all right? Because you just never know who they're connected to and what they're truly doing behind the scenes, right? So you'll go to David's page and you'll see that he has 2,000 followers, but he's making a major impact, right? And so there's something that they call micro influencers. Now, I want you all to know that what you have on the inside of you is big, and don't allow the vanity metrics to, determine your value, okay? But, there are micro influencers that are people that have between 1,000 followers and 100,000 followers, right? And so actually major corporations are looking for micro influencers. They feel like they have more influence than the macro influencers, right? And so don't count yourself small. Don't pay attention to those numbers. Lloyd went over analytics, right? When I go into my analytics, I may have a post, right, that'll have maybe 100 likes, 30 comments, right, maybe 15 views. And when I go check my analytics, it'll say, oh, you have 100,000 impressions. Guess what that means? That means that 100,000 people stopped to look at my post. They didn't engage with it. They didn't share it. They didn't comment it, but they stopped and they looked at my post, right? So you just never know who's watching you. Right? You just never know. And so, go check your stories, go see who's watching you, but don't count yourself small. Those numbers do not matter, right, when you're making a major impact. And so I love that. Thank you so much for sharing that. We so St. Louis, y'all. I'm excited. We're going to Texas next. So I hope you all decide to catch a flight to come to Texas with us. Traveling has definitely expanded my mindset. I'm excited about it. I'm excited about putting other people on planes and going different places and traveling and getting to know people. You just never know who you're going to be connected to. Another thing that he mentioned, he said, we're in St. Louis and we say, well, people don't support us. Well, there's a lot of people in this room on today supporting Taylor J. And so I just want to be an example that, listen, when we come together, amazing things can take place. We can truly make an impact. So I hope you all get tickets to go to Texas in February. So we're going to take a quick 15-minute break, and we're going to come back. We're going to hear from James Tatum. He's going to talk to us about finances. I'm really excited about this because once you get your name out there and you're being creative, now you need to know what to do with the money, how to manage it, right? Because you want to make sure you're making investments in the right place and you're able to manage the wealth that God is sending your way. We also have a money bag panel, so people on that panel are really making some money. We got a business banker doing millions of dollars in transactions, so you definitely want to come back and make sure you hear that. And then we have our influencer panel, and so I got my favorite people on that panel. I know that they're going to have amazing conversation and dialogue, and so go ahead and take your 15-minute break. But before we do that, let's see. Raise your hand. Do you all even use ring lights? Okay. Who is this right here in the brown shirt? You use a ring light? Okay, period. I want you to pick somebody that does not have a ring light in the room because they're going to take one of those ring lights with them. Those are $100 ring lights, y'all. I didn't buy no little $30 ones. I said I want to make sure I give away something good that you can take to give you some high quality. And so raise your hand if you need a ring light. Okay, go pick somebody. Okay. All right, pick somebody else. Pick somebody else. Okay, Portia, period. She winning today. All right, and then I have 3 hats from Lloyd Nix. Trevor, can you bring me those? Okay, so I'm excited about these. Y'all, every speaker came and they're giving away stuff. They want to make sure y'all win, that y'all fly, that you all have something that's branded. And when you take these items with you, utilize them, right? Like you're getting things that's going to take your brand to the next level. Now, I like these hats. And I said, oh my goodness, I want to keep this common ground one. But, okay, well, I'll need a hat, cousin, to wear on my reels. And so, I don't know, can you all just go back and tell me something that really stood out to you about Lloyd Nix, something that was very significant that just really inspired you? Talk back. Come on, Portia. Look, she said, I'm coming to get everything out the atmosphere. Amazing. All right, one of the hats is yours. And then, does anybody have a question? I don't know how to give this stuff away. I just want to throw them out to the crowd, but I feel. Oh, tickets. Yes, go get that. Yeah, shout out to Ashley. She on my team. She said, Taylor J, I'm coming to serve, and I'm buying a ticket, and I'm flying my own way. That's support. That's major. Yeah, you can just pick one.
All right, the number is 2350469.
Period in the back.
You want one more?
And this one will be for another ring.
The last 4 are 0468.
0468. Boom, ring light. All right. All right, go take you all a 15-minute break. Go grab some water, use the bathroom, stretch your legs, and we'll be right back. Treyway, come get me. Get me. You did amazing.
Oh, thank you.
You coming to Texas with us? Oh, we're going to do it in February.
That's rapper, that's reverend. They started with Jesus, but I never left it. Think they protected, we tear down your hedges. I gave you the book, but you boys never read it. Don't need your credit, you cannot check on my dress. It's still swinging, I'm Eddie from Tekken. Come to the message, I keep it consecutive. Damian Lillard for 3, if they pass it to me, I turn you to a meme. I ain't worried about demons, you think the vaccine is the mark of the beast. Need to turn off your screen and get back to the reading and back to some reason. Remember, you giving the flag your allegiance, we lack an agreement. Long as we kids of the king, we still gon' be laughing with Jesus. No cap in the scheming, I'm happily beaming. You have to believe it, I'm tapped in and we got the vision. People don't care, you keep Christ in your Christmas if they cannot see that there's Christ in the Christian. You do the division, now give me some difference. The spirit of trolling is great, so I give them Paul, no Logans or James. They run to the storm, but my hands will be raised. I got the ghost, so I don't need a rose, but I might push a phantom that's right off the lot. I know I'm serving the Father of time, and that's whether I got on a paddock or not. Native supply for the drip and Elon for the whip, but I've counted a little, a lot. Placing my treasure in heaven where it'll get better and don't gotta weather the ride. Yeah, pledge my allegiance, I'm reading Ephesians. I grew with the heathens, I ran with hyenas. They told me to beat it, that led me to Jesus. He led me to freedom. The trap undefeated, we keep it in season. Look, you gotta see it, the home of the free has got 10,000 reasons. No people for pleasing, no fraud of the treason. We really believe this Jesus. 500 God, yeah. I'm going off and I don't plan to stop. KB and Dilly, yeah. How y'all this free with a head full of locks? I bring his will to the table, I'm never entangled. I giving you red table talk. Yeah, KB and Dilly, we setting it off. When I let go, I'ma live. I cannot let any. I told you I'm born again. Angels around me, I'm flowing. I do not go with emotions. I don't believe in emotions. Oceans of grace flowing on me. I know the Lord working on me. I know they trying to stop me, but you cannot stop me. You cannot stop me. You cannot. They got the dove and I ran with it. I got the dove and I plan with it. I told the people they can't with it. I don't let nobody play with me. I got the Lord in my gang with me. This is the one in your prime, my city. I do this for Jesus and everyone with me. Yeah. Excuse my French, but I'm out here in France. I got things, but I don't gotta dance. I got plays, but I don't gotta act. I got age, but I'm still in the lab. I've been out here really on gang. I've been out here really on gang. All my drugs, yeah, they really go bang. Till you let go. Who you gonna be inside? Who you gonna be? Till you let go. Till you let go. Who you gonna be inside? Who you gonna be? Rejoice in the Lord always. And again I say, and again I rejoice in the Lord always. Again I say, again I say, me from the corner to make sure I can't be who I wanna. They policing that used to keep me under borders, but that's the old me, he a goner. My race, but they tryna outrun me. Everybody know the best for me but me. They only got a hold on me long as I hold on. I let go and I'ma run free. SKB got no chain on me. Heart so full, got no drain on me. No clan, got no claim on me. Keep your stamp, got his name on me. Can't tie me down. Bigger G got a rise, leak ground. Still tryna recite his renown. This a little piece of the piece we found. Yeah. Till you let go. Till you let go. Who you gonna be inside? Who you gonna be? Till you let go. Till you let go. Who you gonna be inside? Who you gonna be? Till you let go. Till you let go. Who you gonna be inside? Who you gonna be? Till you let go. Till you let go. Who you gonna be inside? Big plug talk on the line, you hold me down. Big dog beat, take it home, gotta give it to the pound. Yeah, light on my chest and my back, try to take me out. Hey, big wave dripping on stage, make the whole crowd drown. Big wave dripping on stage. Big dog, let me out the cage. Big wave dripping on stage, make the whole crowd drown. I just got told it's my season. Remember when I was on defense? God took me out of the deep end, and if you want it, it's better to speak it. I'ma cough and get back to the treatment. I'm a soldier, my father the kingpin. You got problems if I'm in a sequence. It's the master, just follow the teaching. I've been working, my nights have been sleepless. Say my name if you want it, you keep it. If it's P, gotta make sure we eat it. Almost quit, I got labeled a heathen. God works on my faith, they been peaking. 45 till I die, are you dreaming? All these blessings ain't wanted, it's needed. Come get the roads from me. Know the plan is like old to me. Flow the stroke is choking me. I'm where I'm supposed to be. Big plug talk on the line, you hold me down. Big dog beat, take it home, gotta give it to the pound. Yeah, light on my chest and my back, try to take me out. Hey, big wave dripping on stage, make the whole crowd drown. Yeah, big wave, big chain, big drip, drowning. 10 band, maintain, tap dance, clowning. They don't even know they shook. They don't even know they stuck. They don't really know the business. They just want Bentley trucks, put a bow in the leader. They just wanna roll they weed up. I just bought a stove tryna re-up. I just wanna tell folk read up. We got that chemistry, why we get Watch out, little boy. Yeah, man at the door. Go somewhere, play with your toys. We saw your Porsche. Yeah, what you know points? I should clap cause you flex on the board. Watch out, little boy. Yeah, army of course. That's why I brag on my fort and I'm teaching my boys. Grind up and hire yourself. That way you cannot be unemployed. I will not be ignored. Yeah, you can't afford. Pay me to lower my voice. Persistent and poised. Yeah, you can be floored. I'd rather go be the boys. Watch out, little boy. Yeah, switch to a major, but I never switch up the course. Ain't leaving the Lord. I'm like a journalist. I'll never give up my source. Watch out, little boy. Watch out, little boy. Yeah, I'm on them next. Say what I say with my chest. Touch your baguettes. Yeah, all of that drip on your neck. We don't tell you that trip turn to drowning and dead. Yeah, go get a check. Make sure you get some respect. Teach us how you invest. Stream to collect. Protecting the kings and the queens. I guess I'm out here playing chess. Yeah, God got a plan. Stand up and act like a man. Don't play with that girl. Don't throw your hat in the ring if you'll never put a ring on her hand. We go and cleave. Only death making us leave. And when the grass isn't green, I get water and seeds. She is the league. She don't compete. I don't care what they got up on IG. Yeah, I come in peace, but I'm not gonna play with you, G. I listen to the G's. They told us get our degree. Nothing out here that you wanna be. This is true to the streets. Yeah, I just believe we will become what we see. Trying to show you a king. You play the man. You keep it moving. Let them disagree. Like watch out, little boy. Yeah, trying the force. Yeah, stay in the course, making some noise. Yeah, I've been training all day. You can say I'm all aboard. Watch out, little boy. Yeah, squad going nuts. Watch the crowd go all enjoy. Face to the floor. Yeah, last time I checked, the mission can never be void. Watch out, look. Woo. on the news, yeah. Oh, I'm on a ride, yeah, yeah. Don't live a lie, yeah. Ooh, yeah. I just tell him all the loot, yeah. How did he do, yeah? Didn't end up on the news, yeah. Oh, the city glow. Funny how I ain't exist to you when I was broke. Couldn't get that now they wanna blow my phone, yeah. I got people looking at me like they seen a ghost, yeah. All this work I put in, you would think I had a clone. I had someone pull a gun on my head and I think the Lord he didn't pop. Never thought that I would be here, man. I saw the chance and I gave it a shot. Supposed to be dead or in jail, but you see I'm twisting the plot, yeah. I was destined for the top, yeah. Whoa, I'm on a ride, yeah, yeah. Don't live a lie, yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, yeah. I just tell him all the loot, yeah. How did he do, yeah? Didn't end up on the news, yeah. Oh, I'm on a ride, yeah, yeah. Don't live a lie, yeah, yeah. Ooh, yeah. I just tell him all the loot, yeah. How did he do, yeah? Didn't end up on the news, yeah. Oh, yeah. I've been on the road, I've been really switching lanes, yeah. When the story told, they gon' say Lil' Holy changed stuff. Immigrant son, if they asking where I came from. I've been on top, can't look down, it's looking dangerous. This for the nights I couldn't cry. Mama clocking at 11, she ain't get back home till 9. In the morning I'm recording, we was really on the grind. So don't ask me how we did it, you know why. I'm on a ride, yeah, yeah. Don't live a lie, yeah, yeah. So how you gonna ask where we been when we ain't never left? It's no apology. It's a cold world. Watch your six. We ain't from here. We don't fit. Se le agua la boca the way we spit. Ustedes con frío when we getting lit. Dime ahora dónde están. Where you at though? Tengo el flow en venta, lo dejo barato. Dime dónde están. Where you at though? Tengo el flow en venta, lo dejo barato. Dime dónde están. Where you at though? Tengo el flow en venta, lo dejo barato. Dime dónde están. Where you at though? Tengo el flow en venta, lo dejo barato. ¿Dónde están? ¿Dónde están? No los veo, no los veo. José Feliciano, siento un fariseo, fariseo. Me pichean si les hablo de Mateo, de Mateo. Y me apoyan si les digo soy ateo. Oh no.
All right, y'all ready to get started?
Como el brazo baking soda, me levanto y me estrecho como yoga y desato los poderes como si yo fuese Yoda. Nunca me monto en la ola porque yo traigo la moda. Esperándote al cordero, me invitaron para la boda. Salvación aquí es de gratis, a que a nadie se le cobra. Tengo un flow, Nipsey Hussle, Machiavelli. Estoy contento, un inmigrante con papel y where you at, where you at. ¿Dónde están, dónde están? Yo pegado de la palabra con mi man. Dime ahora dónde están, where you at though? Tengo el flow gangster, that's gon' get you killed. I'm from the city where they rob before they miss a meal. Say he your partner, but he squeal. Snatch that on the deal. Say we country with the grammar. Know my city full of hammers. Leave you sticking like Pampers. Know my city full of stamina. Know they wicked on the west side. They'll leave you with your chest right. It get sad on the south side. They'll shoot you with your mouth wide. And it ain't no love in the struggle, the struggle. Gotta be a beast, you better not get caught with no muzzle. Yeah. Go tryna run up a bag, nothing come easy. Gotta work hard. I put my foot on the gas. Got 200 on the dash. I'm about to run up a bag. Run up a bag, run up a bag. I'm about to run up a bag.
All right, y'all ready to get started? Y'all give it up for James Treadway on the sound. He a real rapper. Yeah, they got to speak to. Oh, they won't be able to see you properly. All right, welcome back. Welcome back to the second half of the day. I'm excited. Y'all enjoying yourselves at the selfie stations? Yes, the content looks amazing. I said, my goodness, I don't need filters or anything. I'm excited. It's such a joy just seeing you all have fun, just creating content. I want you all to continue to network, get to know people, get those apps that Lloyd suggested, download it. Before you leave, I want you all to have content that you can post all next week. So as you sit in this atmosphere, just think about some content that you want to share with your audience, value, right? Let them know where you were. Let them know that you be out. Sometimes people don't have anything to talk about or any content because, one, maybe you don't read and then you don't go anywhere. But when you get out into atmospheres and you're networking and mingling and getting to know people, now you have something to talk about, right? Something to share, something to post. And so I'm excited about it. And so, listen, I'm having an amazing time. We're going to pass out some stuff that James Tatum has prepared for you all. We're going to go ahead and get prepared for him. I'm really excited about him coming to share what, he has to offer. When we are stepping out in this realm of media and doing business and entrepreneurship and influencing, right, there's going to be a wave of, money that may come in, right, if we do it the right way and position ourselves. And so I want you all to understand that it's a big responsibility, right, to have a platform, to have a voice. And when you get the money, you want to make sure that you're making investments and sowing in the right places. And so James Tatum is going to talk to us about finances, how to get started, how to invest, and all of that good stuff. And so, James, you got the mic.
Hello, everybody. Can everybody see me, and could we cut these lights down a little bit? Because, I'm blinded, and I like to see who I'm talking to. Well, thank you, Taylor, and it's a pleasure just to see all of you here learning about how to take control of your future. That's basically what you're doing. You're learning how to take control of your future. And finances is one of the biggest parts of that. I'm so glad we had that 15-minute break because there were some dynamic speakers prior to me, and I think you may have gotten them out of your system, and now you can listen to me and understand, and I'm not going to be all that exciting about it. Once again, my name is James Tatum, and I run a Confident Women Wealth Practice. That's what I do. I work with women. And what does that mean? Most of my clients are successful women who have recently come into managing their own money. And because they oftentimes lack the confidence and the knowledge that is needed to run their business or to handle the money, they become stressed and even create anxiety. So I found that there are really three things that they really are concerned about. And those three things are, they want to know, will I have to change my lifestyle? If they're going into retirement, will I have to change my lifestyle? How can I avoid running out of money or becoming a bag lady? And how can I avoid becoming to be a burden on my children? Those are really the three things that they really are concerned about that they've expressed to me. Let me ask you a question. What would you do, or what things would you change, or what would you do differently if money was not an issue? If you didn't have to worry about money, what would you do differently? Just think about that. Unfortunately, I can't have you raising your hand. We can ask a lot of questions. I'd love to do that. I love to have conversations and discussion, but I want you to just think about that personally. And also, what in your life would you change if you didn't have to be concerned or worried about money? Money is probably one of the biggest things in our lives that we are concerned about. We get up every morning, we go to work, but do you know why you do this? Do you actually understand your why? Each of us have a different why, and there has to be a why of why you do what you do. And if you don't know it now, if you haven't really thought about it, I think it's very important that you understand what is your why. Is it because of your kids? Is it because of your future? Whatever it might be, but what is your why? One of the things that we really need to make sure is that we understand that money process, and we really don't all the time get involved in that. So what I'm going to be doing, I've only got a few minutes, and my mouth's getting dry, but I'm going to take and go over some of the things that are really important as you go into that process, and some of the things that you really need to understand. I'm going to talk about the, you can change it to the next slide, on my first slide. Thank you. I'm going to talk about the steps to financial independence. I'm just going to briefly hit that. I'm going to talk about some wealth building strategies. I'm also going to cover, and you've got these slides on it, I'm going to cover wealth accumulation vehicles, and I'm going to talk about financial organization, because that's one of the biggest problems that we have is financial disorganization. We don't know where our stuff's at. We go out and work for it every day. Sometimes we'll put it in the bank, or sometimes we'll do something else with it. But we go out and work every day, and we don't really know where it's at or what it's doing for us or how it's being transferred away from us. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that. Slide. There are 6 steps, and those steps apply to each and every one of you wherever you are in your life. But we're all in different stages of those 6 steps. And as you can see, you may want to just take a look, what step are you in? It could be all 6 of them, or it may just be 3 of them, or whatever the case might be. But the first step is debt management. Have you really thought about how you manage your debt? I mean, I doubt if there's not a person in here that's not in some type of debt. But have you thought about how you managed it? How you, high debt, low debt? You know, there's good debt and bad debt, but have you looked at how you manage those credit cards? Have you looked at how those credit cards come in, how they hit you with fees and interest and all of that? Have you really looked at that? So that's something that's very seriously that you should take a look at, debt management. Then there's the emergency fund. You know, we got hit by the pandemic. A lot of places laid folks off. Emergency funds is something that you should have in case of. And the emergency fund could be anywhere from, I usually say go 3 to 6 months you start off, and then try to have a year's worth of your salary as an emergency fund. Anything can happen, and if you don't have the monies to take care of it, what's the next thing you do? You go in debt. So you have to have, or should think about having an emergency fund. And believe me, you're not going to get it overnight in a lot of cases, but take small steps. Just get an emergency fund, put $10 away in it, put $20 away in it, but do something. Get an emergency fund. The other thing is your cash flow. Sometimes cash flow, well, number one, do you know where your cash is flowing out of your bank account every time you put the check in there? Do you know where it's going? Sure, you pay bills. Have you ever thought about how you're paying those bills and what those bills are, exactly how that's flowing? We're going to look at that a little bit later, but cash flow is the key. And sometimes cash flow, we're not making enough to take care of everything. Start thinking about doing something else to make more money. We just can't keep doing the same thing over and over and thinking we're going to get better. We're not. Proper protection. I don't really think we understand, well, I'm sure we don't. We don't understand what proper protection is and what it means. I can tell you this, half the people out there that drive down Highway 70, 270, 64 average probably about 80 miles an hour. And anytime one of them have an accident, it's a horrific accident, okay? So if you don't have the proper coverage on your car as far as automobile insurance is concerned, and I'm not talking about taking care of the car, I'm talking about taking care of the person that was in the other car or got hurt. If you don't have the proper insurance, everything that you've accumulated and even thought you wanted to accumulate can be taken away from you. And you got to understand that and think about that, because some of us think that we can get $25,000 because the Missouri State tells us to do that, and we're going to be okay. But think about your assets and what you've got going on, and if you've got the proper coverage. Oftentimes, the insurance people don't do that, don't tell you that. They want to get a sale. But make sure you're properly covered. Does anybody in here know what an umbrella policy is? Just raise your hand. You don't have to tell me. Do you know what an umbrella policy is? Okay, we've got one person. Let me tell you something. Umbrella policy is $1 million policy, and it's above and beyond what your normal coverage is. And that umbrella policy, ladies and gentlemen, only costs you $200 to $300 a year. Umbrella policy, and it covers your home, your car, your boats if you have one, but it's that extra coverage. And let me tell you something else. All of these injury lawyers out here, they're going to sue you for everything that they can get. They'll sue you for the person's life. If you took them away, they'll sue you for the human life value. So think about that and talk to your insurance carrier about that. Building wealth. Building wealth is something that it'll take another meeting, but it's very deep. We just don't, I think we talk surfacely as far as building wealth. We go out and we may buy us a building, and we may buy us some properties and stuff like that, and we call it building wealth. But building wealth goes a little bit deeper than that, because a lot of times the wealth we're trying to build gets transferred away from us before we even know it. Or the other part, Uncle Sam gets as much of the wealth that we're building as we're building. So you got to know and understand how to truly build wealth and sustain it and be able to pass it on generationally. Estate preservation. Estate preservation is something that is extremely important. And that's when we're talking about your wills, your power of attorney, your health care directive, trust, that sort of thing. We're talking about that, and most of the people that I talk with have not put their wills in place. I'm so sad to tell you that. And a lot of them don't even know the fact of making sure that they have a trust, because if you get $1 million policy, insurance policy on your dad or your relative or yourself, and you pass, you do not want your heirs to get $1 million in their pocket. I can tell you that right now. and you can imagine what's going to happen to it. So you should have a trust in place so you can dictate from the grave. Next slide, please. You have this information, so I won't linger on it. Next slide, please. 5 wealth building strategies for the Black financial elite. Now, I consider you all as being financial elite. This survey was taken from millionaires, and this is what their thoughts, these are their strategies. And rule number one, the best investment will always be yourself. That's rule number one. Think about that. The best investment will always be yourself. Managing your finances, whose responsibility is it? It's yourself. You can't give it to nobody else. You've got to take full responsibility of it. What we do, we have a tendency to do, is allow someone else to tell us what to do. And we haven't even become educated enough to know what they're doing with the stuff that we've given to them to handle. So full responsibility of your managing your finances is your responsibility. And it's just a matter of becoming more knowledgeable of how money works. What is really happening with my money? How's it coming in? How's it going out? Where is it going to? Get your spending under control. That is probably one of the biggest things out there. Get your spending under control. And get your spending under control today. Not that I'm going to get it under control tomorrow. Get it under control today. That cup of latte every day, I don't think you have a clue. I honestly don't think you have a clue as to what it's costing you weekly, monthly, annually, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. You have no clue, but take and add it up and figure it out, and you'll find that it is tremendous. Pay yourself first. Pay yourself first. Saving is permissible. And, you may be in a financial situation to where you can't pay yourself a whole lot first, but pay yourself something first. Keep it up, but do the same thing. And as things get better, pay yourself a little bit more. Pay yourself a little bit more, but do it. Make it a habit. And that's most of all this stuff is about. Make it and creating a habit. Become a habit. And it's also about a mindset, too. We need to change our way of thinking. Make your money work. Make your money work as hard as you do. And I wish I could dwell on that, but we have to start doing that. Instead of giving our money away, we need to start making it work as hard as we're working and know what it's doing for us. Next slide, please. Okay. This is the wealth accumulation vehicles. I'm going to try to explain this as quickly as I can, but as understandable as I can. Everybody wants to invest. They want to save for retirement. They want to plan their future. They want to put their money somewhere. There are strategies on the left side. Yeah, on the left side, you see the strategies? Those are the things we want our money to do for us. We don't want any risk. We want guarantees. We don't want any penalties. And we want to have liquidity and control of our money. We want our money to be protected. We want leverage with our money. We want it to be tax deferred. We want it to be tax free. We want it to be able to have collateral, tax deductible payments, disability benefits, we want that. And we want to be able to transfer our wealth. Those are the strategies we want for every penny that we invest and wherever we put it. That's what we want it to do. You look up at the top and you see the wealth accumulation vehicles. A lot of you are involved in some of them. I'm sure you're involved in your IRAs, your 401ks, your mutual funds, your CDs, even your homes. If you have a home, you're involved in that. Annuities, real estate, and I'm not going to tell you what that last one is. But if you'll look up there, you'll see that most of the wealth accumulating vehicles don't even come close to doing what we want our money to do. And we don't even know that. We really don't know or don't pay enough attention to that. You can see all the red, which I'm sure you're aware of, is what we don't want our money to do, right? We don't want any risk, and you have risk with your 401k. And in fact, the, I've met a few people that got all of their money in a 401k. They've had it there all of their lives. They've suffered through the 208, but they got back over time, got back up to some respectability, but they still left all of it in the 401k. So risk. Why would we want to do that? Mutual funds, risk, home risk, and you can go right on down the line. You have the sheet with you so you can take a look at that, but you see the strategies that you want with your wealth accumulating vehicles, and you see the things that it does not do. I will tell you that the last one, and I'll take a break. Can anybody guess what the last one is? You probably already know. Nobody? Nobody can guess what it's life insurance. It's whole life insurance. And that's another conversation, which is a little deeper, but it's whole life insurance. And I can tell you what, rich people think like rich people, poor people think like poor people, and I won't take that any further. Next slide, please. And I mentioned to you I was going to talk about the organizational piece, okay? This is a balance sheet. Call it the living balance sheet. And most of you are familiar with the accounting procedures of having a balance sheet. You got your assets on your left and your liabilities on your right. Your assets minus your liabilities is what? Your net worth. Everything that you've accumulated up to this point, regardless of what it is, when you do that subtraction, is your net worth. Now, your net worth is what's going to take over when your income stops. Whatever point it stops, be it disability, be it fired, be it retired, whatever the case might be, whatever your net worth is, that's going to take over when your income stops. So the key is to build that net worth up as big as you possibly can. Now, how do you do that? Well, the foundation of your balance sheet is your cash flow. You get your paycheck every month or week or 2 weeks. There's 4 different locations it goes into. You put it into protection. You put it into building your assets or savings. You put it into debt, and you put it into lifestyle, and that's the net income is your lifestyle. Now, what do you think are the biggest boxes that would be up there? Anybody? Lifestyle. And what would be the next? Debt. Debt is the next. We often take and finance our lifestyle with debt. And we do that because we don't have any savings. Savings is almost down to zero for this country. We have very little people saving money. It started going back up a little bit during COVID, and now it's maybe coming back up a little bit, but saving is really closer to zero than anything else. We don't save money. And so we finance our lifestyle with debt. Now, as you look up there, we'll go to the top. How much time have I got? Okay. I'm only going to take a couple more minutes. We'll go to the top. One of the biggest things, everything you've worked hard for in your balance sheet has to be protected or should be protected. We don't think always about that, but you want to protect it. I talked to you a little bit about lawsuits, property and casualty insurance. I've covered the umbrella part. You want to protect yourself against lawsuits. That's one of the things. Health, disability insurance. Generally, you can only get so much health insurance, but you're working people. Think about what would happen to you in the event that you became disabled. Even if you ran a business, if you got your own business, that's all you do. But if you become disabled and can't work, whatever reason, what happens to your business? What income goes into your business? Where are you going to get it from? So that's a concern. Now, the legal documents, I talked to you about the wills and the trusts and all of that, but it's not that difficult to get a will put in place. You can just write out what you want and who you want it to go to. It's not that difficult. A healthcare directive, a power of attorney, because something could happen to you and somebody needs to make a decision. That person should be the power of attorney. You got to think about those things, and you got to make changes, and you got to look at that. And then, of course, life insurance. There's so many stigmas and stuff about life insurance that is totally ridiculous. And we have become, I guess, products of it, because people that tell us anything about life insurance, we go all over the board. Buy term and invest the rest. We buy term and we never invest anything. And we end up without life insurance when we get to 65 and 70. So we need to understand how life insurance works and how you can make it work for you, because it's probably one of the most powerful investment instruments that you can have. If the right type of life insurance put together in the right way. So you really need to get an understanding on life insurance and not just take the information from Pookie, because half the time he don't even know. So, you really need to get a clear understanding on it. Now, when we get down into the personal property is everything within inside your house, and all of that, and you should make sure that's insured, and you should know about your insurance coverage on that. Savings. Once again, I'll try to emphasize that as much as possible. Start a savings plan wherever you are, whatever you got going on. Start some type of savings plan, even if it's just a little bit. Investments. Now, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not going to advise you about investments, but there are times when investments is not a consideration. You got so much other stuff on this balance sheet you need to get together, then you can talk about investments. I've got people that come to me, the first thing they want to do, how can I invest? And then I have to show them some other things that they need to be concerned about. Investments, not the thing you should be concerned about. Because keep in mind, investments are a risk, and you may not be in a position to take risks. There are a lot of people that are in positions to take risks, and that's fine. And I'm not saying you shouldn't invest, because that's a good way to create wealth. But you got to do it when you're able to do it and not put yourself in a bind trying to do it too fast, okay? Retirement, that is something that everybody should be concerned about, especially young folks and even old folks, but young folks especially, because now's a good time to start. Where do I put my money, and how much do I need to save, and where do I put my money? That's the thing. Those are the questions I get asked, and those are the questions that should be asked. And you should know or have a clear understanding of where you should put your money so it'll be there when you get there, okay? So usually you'll get a financial advisor or somebody to help you. Don't try to do all this stuff on your own. That's not worthwhile. Real estate, I think that's one of the greatest investments out there as well. But you got to make sure that you know what you're doing. Don't just jump out there and say, I'm going to buy me a piece of property and go with it. Get good advice on that. And business, I think everybody should be in their own business. Do your own thing. I think King James brought it out. Use your mind to dream big and do your thing. Do it your way, instead of having somebody dictate to you how to do it. Because these jobs don't care about you. They do not care about you. Believe me. Paying down debt, short term, you got over on the liability side. Make sure you look at your highest interest debt first and then start working it down. up paying extra on it. Taxes. This is the biggest thing out there, and we don't even pay attention to it. Taxes are eating us up. Do you know you pay almost 40% taxes? And if you don't believe me, I can add it all up for you. You pay state tax, gas tax, federal tax, grocery store tax, anything you talk about, you're paying taxes on it. If you manage anything, manage your taxes. Mortgages, you want to get the lowest rate. And business debt, you want to manage that as well. Next slide, please. Hey, we're there. I did it. I'm open for a couple of questions. You guys got about an hour presentation in about 15, 20 minutes. This goes a lot deeper than what I just scraped the surface of it. But do you have any questions that pertain to you in particular, or you would like to ask, or you want to know something else about? And if I can't answer it, I can find it. Yeah, that's a good question. Being debt-free is really not, I don't say you have to be debt-free. You have to look at your flow of income, where it's going, and how it's been managed. But you can start investing while you have debt. And most of the time, everybody out there investing, most of them have debt. Okay? So you can start investing when you have debt. It's just a lot of those other things on that balance sheet need to be taken care of prior to you worrying about. Let me just tell you something. You can be investing, making, let's say, you made an investment, you're making 10, 12% on your money, and you're just happy as a lark, and you're sitting over here with a credit card that's eating you up for 18%, okay? So, you know, you got to look at all of that. You got to look at the total picture. You can't just take pieces of it. And people are teaching you and telling you about little pieces of your finances. I take a holistic view. I do it holistically, making sure that I'll make recommendations to you. You may not like them, but it's based upon everything that I'm seeing in your balance sheet, okay? So, yeah, good question, though. Yes, ma'am. You mean get a financial advisor? It varies because some financial advisor won't touch you till you got a certain amount of money, number one. I would say invest in financial education as well, but then again, if you can find someone that you feel comfortable with, that's telling you things that probably I just told you over here, that start now, because you want to start out right. That's even in planning for your retirement. You want to start out right. When you put your money in something, you want to start out right, okay? Yeah, I would, you know, if you're in business, and in fact, most of you in here, I guess, are in business, you probably should have somebody that you talk to that is knowledgeable enough to help and guide you in your business endeavor, especially with finances, because here's the thing, and we don't pay attention to it. We transfer more of our money away, just away, through fees unnecessarily and all of that stuff than you ever could imagine. So we have to understand how to stop that. Taxes and unnecessarily transferring our money away. Yes, ma'am. Uh-huh. Can you get what? Yes, you can. There's different ways. Some insurance companies want you to have 2 or more employees, and then they give you the benefits of having group insurance. Otherwise, you have to get it on your own. You have to really check with AFLAC and see how they pay out their disability income. Usually you want to go to a carrier that has disability policies themselves, and that they'll pay you based upon the type of disability or whatever. But yeah, usually you want to talk with a, well, I do disability insurance. I do it with several different carriers, but it just depends on where you are as to what you want. So you can call me and I can help you out with that. Did I? Okay. Did I do good? I mean, did I get enough time? That's what I was worried about. I could talk about this all day long. Thank you, dear.
Love you too. Thank you so much. Y'all, he taught me how to play golf. So he called me and he asked me, he said, what can I do to help you with the briefcase? You know, he just called me up and I just thought that was so amazing. And I said, well, you can come and present. And he said, well, what else can I do for you? And I said, you know, it's been prophesied that I'll be wealthy, and so I need someone to help me to understand wealth on another level. And so I'm so grateful for him. So you all have to begin developing a team now, right? Like you have to prepare for where you're going. So I got me an assistant. Raise your hand, Kenyatta. So thankful for her. She's been assisting me a whole lot, and, you know, I've been difficult to assist, but, you know, she's in position to assist. I have Melissa. She's my banker now. She's doing millions of dollars in transactions, you know, so I'm excited about that. You have to get in the presence of people that are doing these things, right? Like, don't just be in a box, right? So get out, continue to go and network, go to mixers, hang out. You know, there are events taking place in the city of St. Louis all the time, but you have to invest. And so I'm so grateful. Each and every one of you all invested into the briefcase. And I don't take that lightly. It's not about just a money transaction, but it's about you stretching and saying, listen, I want to invest in me and get into elevated atmospheres that have changed my life forever. And so you all have people in the room right now who are doing major things. And so I definitely want to keep encouraging you all to stay connected to the people. Get the business cards, follow them on social media, get the contact information, and really start building a team now. So I'm excited. So thank you so much, James Tatum, for sharing. That's a wealth of knowledge. I mean, I was sitting over like, man, it's so much. But y'all, we just got to get started, right? So we got to get started. So I'm excited about this next panel. It's the money bag panel, right? I really wanted to make sure that you all understood and knew wealth. Like, what does this really mean for me and my business? Because we can get on social media and be amazing and start businesses, but I really want us to have a strong foundation, right? And I don't want us to fail, you know? I want us to start off strong and maintain what God has given us. And so I'm excited about the money bag panel. We got Tori, she's gonna be hosting. If I can get a couple guys to just bring up 4 chairs. Y'all, I'm really excited about the guys who showed up, right? We go to events and there's women, you know, we're excited. But a lot of guys came out to just give knowledge. So thank you all for just showing up. I just need about 4. And so I'm going to go ahead and give the mic over to Tori Munson. She's going to be hosting this panel. We have Melissa in the back. She's a vice president of business banking. Oh, can we sit them up here? Yeah, so the people can see on the live stream. She's a vice president of business banking. I love it. So she has a lot of knowledge. James, if you want, you can come on up and answer more questions. And then we have Asia. Where is she? Oh. Yeah, she's on this one. Yeah, and we have her. She's absolutely amazing. I had an opportunity to sit with her. We sat for a couple hours, right? And we just talked about her business and everything that she has going on. And she really has a passion for teaching people financial literacy, y'all. Like, she is so excited. She has everything laid out. And she's like, Taylor J., how do I just get this information out? And so I'm excited about having her at the briefcase and everyone else. So it's all you, Tori.
All right, so let's get on the stage. Panelists, we have Asia Rags. Come on, Asia. Come on and grace this stage. Asia Rags is, listen, a business owner. She's a Forex, I don't know what the trader. She's financial wealth. Will give you all the knowledge you need. So she is now, I met Asia because she is a hairstylist too. The bomb, make wigs. Listen, I got a couple of them from her, okay? But from that, she built her businesses. Let's call up Melissa Jones. Melissa Jones is the vice president of business banking. She was or is a single mother, managing millions of transactions daily, y'all. Let's give it up for Melissa. We have James Tatum. You know he's financial literacy. He is the father of Jason Tatum, NBA star. All right? Come on, give it up for James Tatum. Now, do we have Jawan here? Jawan, are you coming up? Are you going to grace us up here? Come on, we need your information today. Jawan is a cook. He's a chef. He just turned 21 and he making money. All right? And he got on an orange hoodie with a blazer. That's what I'm talking about right there. All right, so we have these 4 dynamic people up here. And first, I'm going to ask them a couple of questions, and then I'm going to open it up to you all because I do believe that knowledge is power, and they may have some questions that you want to ask them that I don't know, right? So let's first start with Jawan Cook. So you are a chef, you're 21 years old. Tell us a little bit about what made you get into becoming a chef. How did you know that you were a chef at heart?
Yeah, so I started cooking at a young age of 6, always underneath my grandma asking 1,000,001 questions. And so I always wanted to know how she was able to take the groceries from the grocery store and transform it to a meal on the table. And so I followed her through that journey, and through that we were able to build our relationship, listening to Anita Baker and Luther Vandross in the kitchen and all type of stuff. And we were able to build that relationship. And so when I saw her, put those meals out for our family, I saw the reaction that my family had. And so I wanted to create that reaction for other people. Food always brings up memories, whether it's a smell, a taste, a sound, a sizzle, any of that. It can bring up a memory that touched someone's heart. And I always wanted to provide that experience.
That's phenomenal, because listen, he said some key things, love. He wanted to make people feel what he was doing, right? Create those memories. So really quick, I want to ask you this too. Create those memories and, God doggone it, create those memories. You were cooking. I lost my train of thought. Y'all just roll with me. Okay, this is what I want to ask you. So in that, are you cooking for individuals? Do you have this website where people can go and book you to come cook for them? And what are you doing with that? Tell us how we can get in contact with that part of you.
Yeah, so my business is JR's Gourmet. I started doing catering at 14 years old. Started that business. And our menus and our things are very exclusive because we deal with a lot of high-end clients. And so if you go to our website, you won't see menu, but you will get involved with what I call food porn. So you'll go to our website, you'll see a bunch of food. And that inspires our clients to kind of go outside of their vision. I just had a client last week that called and said that she wanted to provide experience for her best friend's baby shower. And she was like, we talked to caterers. They were like meatballs, wings. And I'm like, okay, let's put that to the side. Let's get outside of that. So she was able to take those pictures and create a menu that was outside of the norm for traditional meals. And that's what we try to provide, an experience for our clients. And so all of my information is on jrsgourmet.com. And so that's how you can get that information.
So I'm going to ask you this last question too, real quick. So how did you build that vibration where people were looking for you? Like, how did you put yourself out? What are the things that you did to put yourself out there where the world know who you were, and now you got these big people, top clients coming to you for food?
It really started with investing in myself. And so presentation for me is huge when it comes to food and social media and all that type of stuff. And so one of my first investments was a camera. When you think about food, the first thing you think about is presentation. So I wanted to know, I wanted to expand that and take the presentation that we were able to provide and make that a lot better, make it higher quality, because people are willing to spend that when they see the quality that you're able to give. And so just doing that was one of the first things that I ever invested in, learned food photography, and then really food photography really pushed my brand and my business because now I have restaurants calling me to expand their brands. And so that's a whole nother business, consulting. And so I got into that from there, and it's just a whole bunch of different things that,
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
That's phenomenal. He had to invest in himself, so y'all better be ready to invest in yourself. I have another young lady that was going to grace the stage. Her name is Takesha. Am I saying your name right? Come on, Queen. Come on up here. Put your pretty white shirt on. Takesha. All right, so Takesha, I'm going to come back to you. I'm going to go down this line here. Let's talk to here. Melissa Jones, VP of Business Banking. So what made you want to deal with finances and money?
In all transparency, my degrees have nothing to do with financing. My degrees are in counseling, but I found myself just no one in my family really was an expert in financing, and so I had an opportunity. I had to move away, but God opened up a door, and I had an opportunity to go into a management program. I've been doing this about 24 years, so about 24 years ago. And with that program, they took me through every aspect of banking. I mean, starting off with teller, like every aspect of banking. And just thankfully, my niche was business banking. And so my team and I get an opportunity each day to help entrepreneurs and business owners get the cash and capital they need to grow their business. We position them with their depository accounts to make sure they have the right TM products so they can work on their business more than in their business. And so we can do anything from lines of credit and loans from like 10,000 all the way up to, it's really no limit. I think the biggest deal has been like about 300 million. So that's why I love it, because I get to see business owners literally start from the ground up, and now they have huge organizations and they're able to employ many people. So that brings me joy.
That's phenomenal. So she got money running through her hands. Come on, y'all. Say money hands. All right. Asia, my girl, Asia. I've been knowing Asia a long time, y'all. And I love her. She's amazing. Again, you know, she is a woman of wealth, and I've watched her. And Asia, so tell us a little bit about your Asia rags to riches to 4X to the financial, becoming an author, and how you set your son up for success. Tell us a little bit about that.
Thank you. Is this on? There we go. Hi, everybody. As she said, my brand is Rags to Riches, so I have basically an umbrella company, and it starts with Rags to Riches, and it is something I always dreamed about. But it's also something that God gave me, and it took a long time for me to believe in it. So once I start believing in it, that's where I feel like just from everything who I am now, just kind of became birthed. So like she said, it is pretty much a wealth building brand from entrepreneurship. I am a licensed cosmetologist by trade for about 12 years now. And from there, it really just, once I got into business, well, can I go back a little bit? Because it's the whole story that makes sense.
Go ahead, Asia, tell it.
So obviously, you know, I worked the regular 9 to 5. I hated working a job. And that, like, you have to find inspiration from somewhere. And it started there. I was like, I don't like working for people. I like being on my own time. I was somewhat rebellious and stubborn and those things, but it's not because they were a bad thing. It's because they were birthing who I truly was, a leader, you know, someone who wanted to have more knowledge, you know, things like that. And so once I became a licensed cosmetologist, whole nother story, my mother really spoke life into me about owning a salon. That was never my dream either. I just knew I didn't want to be broke. And cosmetology allowed that vehicle. And so now her vision is coming to life, right? And I get into ownership, you know, owning my own salon. And I've been owning my own salon now for 8 years. So it's not easy. You know, owning your own business, owning your own brick and mortar, it's work, and you need to educate yourself. And that's where these lovely people come into place, right? And people like, they're both your best friends. People like her, extremely your best friend when you're in business, right? Those are relationships that you definitely need to cultivate. So with that being said, it led me on a journey to wanting more. I instantly knew that the wealth that I desired was not coming through from that salon, and it wasn't coming from me doing hair, right? My other inspiration was my son. So I felt like I'm starting over with him. No, I wasn't, or didn't receive the knowledge and information that I would have wanted from my lineage, and we definitely don't need to blame them because it's not their fault, right? We're supposed to go back and reach and help them. They're included in your audience, So long story short, my son was my inspiration. So anything I got, he got. If I open up a new LLC, I open up him one. If I go get a new EIN, he get one. Whatever I do it for him as well, right? And I educate him along the way. So with that being said, I'm getting to the book, you guys. Once I became an owner of a salon, I instantly knew that though that wasn't gonna give me the wealth I needed, that meant I need more knowledge. I need to become more educated. And I went on this, the last 5 years, 6 years journey of really just gathering information. As you're gathering information, you wanna do what? You wanna share information. So now I become a consultant. So Rags to Riches it's a whole company. And it led me to, okay, so now that I have acquired the business knowledge and understanding business finances, because that's where the real wealth is. It's not in your personal, but you have to start with your personal. So that's where my book is birthed from, Creating Your Financial Future. And it basically helps you understand your personal finances, right? You have to start there. I always tell people, if you can't manage your personal finances, you cannot manage business finances. It's practically impossible, right? So you have to start there, and this is where it hurts. This is where it hurts. Once you get through this part, the business is like, you taking off running, because instantly your level of knowledge and understanding goes to another level. So I really focus these days on business credit, business funding, helping entrepreneurs specifically in those endeavors, right? Because that is where a lot of the wealth is. And then I transition over to the Forex, which really, you all just look at it as the financial markets, okay? Because it's not just Forex. Forex stands for financial currency, right? So it's a financial currency market. Basically, when you travel into, Germany and Peru and all these different places, you have to change your currency over. Well, there is a investment or money-making opportunity within that. And once you understand that market, which is the stock market and all of those things, like, it just kept going deeper and deeper for me. And that's where I really start finding my next passion. Yes, cosmetology is my God-given birth passion, but financial literacy and understanding how to create wealth, if that's what you desire, that is where my passion lies now. So hopefully I kind of wrap that up in a summary.
All right, Asia, that was phenomenal. She deals with money, she makes money, and she just is showing us how she took from what she had and she just branched out. James Tatum.
Okay. She got this.
We're going to come to that book. I just want to touch everybody real quick on the panel. James Tatum, we did hear about what you talked about. So let me ask you this question really quick. What do you say to women that are married? I heard this in a seminar I went to, and a lot of women, they get married and they have homes and things like that. But if they don't have enough money to sustain them in their life policy, what happens? Can you explain that?
Well, let me tell you one thing. I am in the women consultant business because women have a tendency to allow the man to handle all the finances in the household. And then when something happens, be it a divorce, death in the family, or whatever, they end up not knowing exactly what to do. And they don't know where to go, and so they're taken advantage of in a lot of cases. But what was your question?
My question was, when you were married, right, and your husband, God forbid, your husband passed,
Yeah.
if there is not enough money, if you don't have a life insurance policy with enough money to sustain you, you lose, right? You may lose your home.
Oh, yeah. You're
So,
going to.
yeah, I just want you to share a little bit about that because I learned that from going to a seminar, and a lot of people don't know that. You know, you're not thinking about, you're thinking you married so you good, but if something happens to your spouse,
Right.
you can lose everything you gained if you're not set up financially. So I just want you to share a little bit about that.
And that's the point. If something happens to him, what happens to you? And the key thing of it is, and I've gone through this with a number of ladies that I work with, they don't know what's going on with their husband's financial situation, be it life insurance or whatever. So you need to know exactly what's going on in the event of. And you need to know if they've got life insurance, how much do they have, and is it enough to take care of you at any point that he's taken out of the picture? So once again, I think my original point was you need to become more involved in the household finances and know working together is better than working separately, especially in a marriage. And if you're working separately, you're going to find out that your finances is just going to be waved away. So you need to work together. And if you can't work together, then you need to start making and taking steps to make sure that security is there. I know a number of ladies that live with a man, they don't get married for whatever the reason, but they've lived with him for 8, 9, 10 years or more. If something would happen to that person, they've spent their entire half of their life with them, but they don't get anything. So you need to become more involved and more knowledgeable. You can't just let it play out and hope it goes away. You know.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. That's knowledge is power, y'all. So Takesha, so explain to us, why are you gracing this panel this morning, this afternoon?
Well, I was reached out by my sister Christina, who introduced me to Taylor. Hey, girl. But I first met her. She is actually in one of my Facebook groups. It's called Elite Lifestyle. It's over a few thousand women that's in the group. So what I do is, well, my main business, I'm a credit repair specialist. So I help fix personal credit as well as business credit. And in this group, I give free information on how to start businesses, how to grow businesses, how to save, just different things. And I did a live one time, and Taylor was new in my group. And then she just was commenting, she was sharing. I was like, who is this girl? And then she later on told me that was her sister, her best friend. And I was like, oh, so I started following her. And when she asked me to come out here, I didn't hesitate. I canceled another event just to be here. I was like, you know, I take little acts of kindness very serious. I pay attention to that. So thank you for that.
So let me ask you, what made you want to get into credit repair?
Me and my husband own personal struggle. So we went off to Mizzou together after high school. You know, once you graduate, you don't know nothing about credit for real. We're not really taught that. So we went off to school. You start getting all these student loan credit cards in the mail. So I was activating it. Activating and shopping. I think I probably did my monthly payment probably one time, the little $25. After that, I ain't even trip off of it. So I think he got an Xbox. I don't know. We was just living it up on credit cards. And then it wasn't until we moved back to St. Louis after school, and we couldn't even get approved for an apartment nowhere. So I was just like, we got to do something. So we luckily was able to find a private-owned landlord, and we moved into this house next door to my grandma, and it was just something I did not want to stay in. I ended up getting pregnant, and the basement was creepy, you know, just not finished. I'm like, I don't want to raise my child here. So my husband, we went through Lexington Law. We went through like 3 other local credit repair companies, and we wasted a lot of money, and they wasn't fixing our credit. So we was getting frustrated. We wanted to buy a house. So I was just like, you think we could do this on our own? He was like, you think we can? I was like, yeah. So he started purchasing books. We started reading, watching videos, all kind of stuff, and we was able to fix our credit in 3 months, and we was able to purchase our dream home. Now, what made it a business is the mortgage company who we went through, they saw the process, and they saw how quick we was able to repair our own credit. And once we got done with closing, he said, hey, I want to take you out to lunch. I'm like, we done. We done with business here. So he was like, now that they not in our face, I want to do business with y'all. And we was like, doing what? He was like, I got some clients that I could send to y'all. Y'all can fix their credit. And we looking at each other like, we could do other people's credit. So we like, okay. So it's USA Mortgage. It's a big, well-known mortgage company. The whole office, all the loan officers there just started sending us people. And we was doing their credit. I think back then we was charging like $100. And then we was doing our friends and family credit for free. Because our main goal is we didn't want other people to go through what we went through. So I was always going on live on Facebook and Instagram, giving free information, just giving all the tips and tricks on how people could fix their own credit. And we still do to this day, and I think that's why we so successful with it, because we treat it as a ministry. If somebody call us and they just have, we see something on their credit they could do on their own, we'll tell them how to do it for free. And after we started doing their credit and stuff, a bunch of our business came from referrals. I wasn't even running ads, doing nothing like that. And we made our first 6 figures just off of referrals. And then it wasn't...
Amazing.
Yeah.
So she said something, though. If you listen to everybody that was up here, they said something that was so profound. It was a love. It was passion. It was something that they had a passion to do, something they love. So it tells me that you can't just go do something because it's a trend of what somebody else is doing. You have to do what is in you to do, right? Right. Do y'all have any questions? Anybody got questions? Like come here.
Elite Lifestyle.
Elite Lifestyle. No questions? Well, I got a question for Asia. Asia, what's in that book?
Again, it's called Creating Your Financial Future. I published it in 2021. And again, it helps you manage your personal finances. So I'm gonna open the book. I'm giving this book away. So y'all get ready. I don't know how I'm giving it away, but so I know it's a thick book. Yeah, thank you so much. It is heavy. But I had to make it this big, you guys, because I wanted people to really get in here with a pen and get to work.
So it's a workbook.
It's a workbook.
It's a workbook, y'all.
Okay? It's a workbook. So basically, but it has so much information and knowledge in here. So again, first I explained to you, it's table of contents. I explained to you all how to use the book first. I help you start manifesting and thinking about your dreams and your goals according to your personal finances and where you want to be in life, right? And I have things in here, financial statements, understanding personal income sheets and things like that. I give you examples, so you're not just, I don't know how to use this. It's literally like meant for all ages, if I could say it like that, right? And then from there, so after you go through the what is it and how to, you start doing the work on a daily basis, managing your finances, controlling your spending, saving your money. So another point I want to point out, this book is comprised of 5 different accounts that most people don't really teach it, or they teach it in a different way. Well, I took it all from my own personal experience. This book is based off my own personal experience and how I went from living, let's just say, paycheck to paycheck to literally being able to manage 6 figures, easy, right? And being able now, even on the business side, managing multiple six figures. Like, it's not hard, it's just a matter of just gotta be taught the information. And that's all I desire to do. Why? Because my chief aim or my goal is for people to be happy. And to me, no, it's not about the love of money, but let's be all real. Money makes you happy. If you can pay your bills, you happy, right? If you can eat some food, you happy. If you don't gotta rely on government assistance, you even happier, right? Let's keep it real. So it's not about the love of money, but it's just the way that this world and this life is designed. Everything we need, really, I even thought about it to a point, okay, what if I go live in a desert? You still need some money, you need to eat. You know, you need a couple things that's gonna require some money, right? So I even dumbed it down to the lowest level, and it's not about the love, you guys. It's really just about understanding it so you're not afraid of it, okay? So again, those 5 accounts, cost of living, which most of the time you'll hear are called, you know, your necessities account, your spending account, your savings account, your giving account. I do believe in giving, okay? I do. And the last one is obviously your investing, which is probably my favorite account. And I teach you again how to use those accounts, how to account for those accounts based off percentages of your income. And from there, again, I can't really go into detail, you know, specifically, but it is a book that no matter where you jump in, so like this one is September, you can jump in right now and use this book all the way through next year, okay?
So something that she said here was do the work. Listen, it looks like we got all 6-figure earners up here on this stage, and what they're showing us is that you have to do the work yourself. So if you want to become the influencer, if you want to become and gain the wealth, you have to do the work. There is no steps you skip over. There is no just go straight to the top. You have to crawl before you walk, right? So we're gonna give away that beautiful book with the raffle. Where's the raffle? Somebody gonna get the book, the money book. And while we're waiting on the raffle, I wanna ask y'all a question. What are the steps that you would say an individual should take to get to where you are in your business and all that? What are the steps? Anyone can answer that question for me. What are the steps you can suggest to them that they take?
I would say first write out your goals. Write out, you know, where do you want to see yourself in the next 5 years? And also know your why. Why are you doing this business? Are you doing it because you saw someone else do it and they look successful, or do you truly have a drive for it? And then after that, you have to figure out your target audience. Don't just, because a lot of people that reach out to me, they feel like they are always posting, but not getting any sales. So you have to make sure that you are, you know, throwing all your stuff to the right people, putting it in the right people's faces, so you can have a return on it, especially if you're spending money, putting out ads and stuff. So you have to make sure that you know exactly where it's going.
Anyone else want to answer that question?
I think that's very true. Another thing is investing into your growth. For me, I was in high school running a business, so obviously I had to come home from high school and then run my business. But I was up nights like studying. I think we all went to the same university, YouTube University. And like I was literally watching videos on how to start a business account, how to run a business successfully, all of this stuff. There's research that you can do. Like you don't necessarily have to go to a seminar or any of that things. There's free tools to do anything that you want to do. And so that is a huge step for me. That's what I took and the path that I took. Because I didn't go to college or university or anything. Well, I guess I went to YouTube University, but outside of that, you know, I'm self-taught with everything that I do. So I think investing into your growth is a huge thing.
I would say be disciplined. We all, like, even with the book, like you can get the book, but having it is just the first step. You have to be disciplined and do what the book says to do. I believe once we desire something as bad as we want to breathe, we'll become more disciplined at doing that. I mean, I didn't get to where I am overnight. And you just have to be disciplined. You have to sacrifice. Like I think it was James, I heard him say like the coffee, deal. And I remember, this is a true story. I remember going through my finances, because that's just what I do. And one year I broke down how much I was spending at Starbucks. And literally I said, if I don't stop, so it's things like that. You just have to be disciplined and do what you want to do. And how bad do you want it?
The Holy Ghost gonna have to help me with the Starbucks. For real though. Okay, Asia, you have some words.
If you can afford the Starbucks, get your Starbucks. That's the first thing. But if you can't, then you need to find out, can you not afford your Starbucks? And the reason I say that is because she just touched on something important. I did that one year where I was like, okay, let me break down my finances. This was right before the book. And I was spending like $2,000 eating out to eat. Oh my God. I was like, oh, I'm not eating out for the rest of the year. This is a wrap.
Yeah.
And things like that just kind of really make you start really paying attention to your finances. Again, it starts with your personal finance, because if you're spending like that on your personal side, what you think you're going to do on your business? You're not, your business, look. But I wanted to touch on really your question, which was where do you start, which she made a really good statement, because it's something I learned recently. I've always heard your why should make you cry, right? I always heard that. I'm like, okay, I'm not a crybaby. Like, how do you do that? Well, one of my coaches, he just kept asking me why. He was like, we're going to figure out what your why is. And you can do this yourself. You want to ask yourself, okay, why do I want to be a boutique owner or, sell clothes or whatever your business is? Right? Because I want people to look pretty. Well, why do you want people to look pretty? I want people to feel good. Well, why do you want people to feel good? Like that why can trickle you all the way down to your mother, your grandmother, your sister. Somebody has self-esteem issues. You gonna start crying. And that passion in you is what's gonna deliver the baby on the inside of you.
That's good stuff. Good stuff on this panel.
Reflect on that. That is true. That's why I said know your why. In my group, I actually have a passion quiz where you would dig into there and find out what your true passion is. Because I feel like if you're passionate about it, then you will be in it for the long haul.
That's good stuff. We getting some good stuff. Any words you want to leave with them?
Yeah, I'll leave some words with you, but and I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but there's probably about 50 people in here or close to it, and I'll bet you 5 of you will be the only ones that will act upon what we're telling you today. And like I said, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but it's unfortunate. You are getting so much information today. From the time I walked in here until up to this point, you're getting a wealth of knowledge. But unless you go out and act upon it, unless you do something, even if you only do a little bit at a time, but do something. But there's no way you should walk out of here and not act upon the information you received today. She was just telling a little bit about this book. That's probably, I tell you, I see financial gurus almost every day, folks who are, people that manage the money any way you want to manage it. And to have a book simplified like that, to put into your hands and just work through it, you can change your life. But you can only change it if you want to change it. Nobody's going to do it for you. You've got to be the one to do it. And the other part, I bet you a lot of you went to Mexico, and you've been to different places throughout this world. But I bet you planned extensively prior to going.
Yes.
Big time. I don't need to say any more.
That's awesome. Y'all can give them a round of applause.
Real quick, while we're on this why, I will challenge you all. Like, that's deep. And I say it's deep because that transformed my life. So I went through a divorce when my kids were very little. They're all adults now. But I remember going through seasons where it was challenging. Single mom, raising, 3 young kids. And I remember saying, I have to make certain sacrifices. I have to be disciplined for them. They were my why. I literally had a picture of them on my dashboard. So when I was tired, I was like, I don't get that option because I'm about to change the trajectory of my bloodline. I'm originally from East St. Louis, bars on the windows, like the whole nine. So I didn't come from a generation of wealth, but I said, I'm about to change something because my kids, my grandkids, my great-grandkids are never gonna have to live from check to check. And so what I did, I set the tone and changed the trajectory of my bloodline. So I'm telling you all, be serious about this. Go leave here, write down your why because your bloodline is waiting for you. You have to change it for you and your and the generations to come. I promise you, I'm not saying this to brag, but like my kids, they are successful. One of them's right now working on a doctorate, and she make honestly about the same as me. And you know, so like they drive better vehicles than me, but I'm proud of that because if it wasn't for me making the sacrifices and doing what I needed to do, that can look different. So go home, write down your why, be consistent, be disciplined, and change the trajectory of your bloodline.
Come on, Asia.
I promise this the last thing. But that was an excellent segue into what I was going to say. My son is so phenomenal with money. He's only 18, and I started with him at 16 because of my book. I started with him with this book, and he is so good. He doesn't even need the book. It's already set up in his bank how to manage his money, okay? So I say that to say if you want to change your kid's life, you got to get this book because it starts with you, okay? Where you get the book, you can get it on Amazon by the title, or you can get it on my website, ragstoriches.com. Yeah,
all right.
I got several ways. I'm like, which one? But ragstoriches.com.
We're going to wrap the book off, Asia. Go ahead and pick a number and call that number out.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, we have 235-0465.
You got it. Come on, Queen. Come on and get this book. Your life is about to change. Phenomenal. Yes. Yeah. Congratulations. Give them a round of applause again. And as they are coming down and we're switching gears to the influencer panel, as you guys can go, come on down. You can leave the microphone in the stand. I just want to say this. What James Tatum said was so like on point because I remember I went to a conference and Cindy Trim got up there and what she said was, it was so many people at the conference, and what she said was only a certain % of the people was going to act on what was given to them. So I'm going to challenge y'all again to really write down y'all why when y'all leave. Let's call up Brittany Ewing. Come on, Brittany. Brittany. I've met this beautiful young lady, and she is rocking. Let me tell y'all, she rocking, okay? All on Facebook with that. I'll let her tell you. Brittany, she sells activewear, and she was a hairstylist, but now she's a coach. All right? Period. Christina Bill. Come on, lady with the red blazer. Christina Bell. She is a praise and worship leader, national recording artist. She's an author. And that's it. All right. Give her a hand clap. All right. And we have Rashawn Ewing. Come on, Rashawn. Come on up here with your swag. Rashawn Ewing. Come on, go on up there. Coach T getting up here. All right, so Nettie Kelly was not able to grace us today. She had something that came up. But however, we're going to move forward with these influencers here. I did want to say too about Brittany is that Brittany, she lost a lot of weight. So Brittany, we're going to start with you. I'm sorry, Rashawn. Rashawn is an actor, y'all. Give him a round of applause. We got an actor in the house. All right, okay. Brittany, so you sell activewear. Let's go back to when you were a hairstylist. What made you become a hairstylist? And it seemed like you shifted gears. Why did you shift gears?
Okay, so I would be so happy to answer that question. But first, I want to say, Taylor, this event is super amazing. I'm so proud of you. And to all of you all, like, I have paid thousands of dollars to be in rooms like this. And the price that Taylor gave this for, like, it could have been so much more. People have poured into us today, like, so I hope that you all take the information and go use the information. Don't sit on the information. Like, it was very, very good. I'm so super proud of you.
Shout out to Taylor.
So, Tori, to answer your question, I am a former hairstylist. I did hair for 10 years, and I just wasn't passionate about doing hair anymore. And when I was doing hair, I always loved to help people and make people feel good. And people say, like, you are like a counselor. Like, when I come to you, like, I feel good. I can talk to you. I can open up to you. So, like, that always made me feel good to be able to do that while I was styling people's hair. But then I just wasn't passionate about standing behind a chair anymore. And so fast forward, I was praying, and I was asking God to open up another door for me, make another way for me. And I didn't know that my life was gonna take a turn, and I went through something very traumatizing. I was shot in my leg. And when I was shot in my leg, I had to sit down for a while. And with me sitting down, I had to find something else to do. So that's when Total Life Changes was brought into my life. That is a network marketing, MLM. Yeah. So that was introduced to me, and I was able to climb up the scale like really, really fast in that business. So me doing that, I was still able to do the same thing. I was still able to encourage people and make people feel good by selling them these products that's helping them lose weight. So I started to take the products myself, and I was taking the products, and I was losing the weight, and I'm looking good, and I'm feeling good. When you look good, you feel good. So my confidence was really, really low at first because I was big, and I was bigger, and I was looking at myself in the mirror, and I wasn't happy. So I started taking the products, and people was asking, what are you doing? And I was telling them what I was doing. I was realizing I'm sending all the money to the person who introduced me to the product. So I'm like, let me start selling these products myself. So I started selling the products myself. Then I started to build a team. And then I was able to make a whole lot of money, literally being at home, sitting on the couch, as I was recovering from being shot in my leg. So that's how I shifted from being a hairstylist to doing Total Life Changes. I call myself a network marketing pro because this is the second business I've been in like this, and I really like break records. When I get in, and I go hard. I move to the top of the company really, really fast. So that's what I'm doing now. I'm a health and wellness advocate. Me and my brother, this is amazing to be on stage with my brother. We have Go Athletic Apparel where we sell waist trainers, athletic apparel, and everything like that. So, yeah.
That's phenomenal. That's phenomenal. So do you have coaching sessions where you coach individual people to drive hard like you go? What makes you go so hard and reach the top so quickly? What is that rhythm look like?
As far as what makes me go so quickly to the top, I'm passionate about it. Like, I'm passionate about my health. I'm passionate about helping people. And then, like, I kind of make everything like I'm in a competition, like, with myself. Like, how fast can I get up there? They say if the company tells me usually it takes about 8 months to do this, I want to try to do this in 4 months. So that's how I'm able to climb up so fast. And also, I'm on social media so much, and I had to get out of my shell. I had to stop being nervous. I had to make those videos when I was scared. So it was like, take a deep breath, breathe, go live. Like, these people can't do nothing to you. Like, they can't do nothing. Just go live, talk. And that's what I did. I went live, I started talking, I started making videos, and then I said I was gonna tell this to y'all. How you engage with people. Like, for me, everybody, well, I kind of like examine people's pages. So if somebody inbox me, and before I respond back to them, I'll look at their page to see what they like, what type of lifestyle they live, so I know how I can talk to them. So I may be like, hey, boo, or hey, babe. Everybody don't want to be called boo and babe, but I can get a feel for how they want to be, what they want to be called. Like you're going to get in somebody's inbox, you're going to say, hey, queen, and you're going to make them feel good. So when you talk to me, I'm like, oh, Tori make me feel like next level. I'm a queen, I'm a goddess, you know, and then I may have someone else's page, they like call me by my name. You know, so like you just gotta know how to talk to people. You gotta know how to read people. I read people's pages before I respond back to them, and then I make sure that we kind of keep a relationship. And then it's like, we got a relationship now. Now I want to support you.
So I love that what she said, because you do. As an influencer, you have to read people, because you have to know your approach to them. You can't approach everybody the same way. I just want to use this for an example. I used to work at Banana Republic many years ago, and I was a cashier. So I will read people in line before they got to me, so I know how to deal with them at the register. Just that little bit. You may think that that's kind of like weird, but no, people have attitudes. They grunto, they ugly, some of them chipper, but you have to read people when you're influencing. You want to pick up the atmosphere, pick up what's going on, and be the changer, right? Okay, so let's go to Christina Bell. So Christina, praise and worship leader, tell me, okay, the passion, we know you can sing because you like a national recording artist and all that, but to keep that up, to keep pressing forward in the praise, and we have so many praise and worship leaders out here, but what makes you different from the rest? What makes you stand out from the rest?
I think one of the main things that makes me stand out from the rest is that, and not saying that praise and worship leaders do this, but I don't compare myself to anybody else. Sometimes it's hard to soar in the area that God has gifted you to soar in when you're looking at other people and how they do it. There's only one you. There's only one me. God created me to do this specific thing, how to do it, and my why is different from another person's why. And so one of the things that I can honestly say makes me different or stands out from praise and worship leaders, and not that I'm special or anything like that, but I try my hardest to make sure I don't compare myself to other people. I focus on the Christina that I was yesterday and how to become a better Christina today.
And what does it take for you to stay there? To become better? What does it take for you to focus on Christina, to drive and to stay in your lane?
A lot of people say practice makes perfect, right? But it's really perfect practice makes perfect. You really got to get to a place where you are working on your craft day in and day out. Like, it has to be your passion. That's one of the main things that I do. At home in my downtime, I'm literally studying vocally. I'm practicing vocally. And when you get to a place where you're not comparing yourself, you're focused on you, and you're studying, you don't have no room but to become better.
And let me just piggyback off that. Practice does not make perfect. Perfect practice. I used to play the piano many years ago, and my piano teacher used to tell us, practice don't make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect, which means you have to continue doing it until it's like you're breathing it, you're living it, you can eat it. That's what perfect practice produces, right? So you have a book, you're an author, called The Commitment.
Yes.
What is the commitment? What commitment are you talking about, though? Come on here.
So the commitment is basically about, it'll be 13 years in November that I made this vow, and I've honored this vow to wait for sex until marriage. And so that's what the commitment is about. It's basically about encouraging young men and women to wait for sex
until marriage. And it's a hard thing to do. I'm not gonna try to act like it's been easy and a walk in the park, because it hasn't. There have been some times in which I've struggled, but God has truly graced me to get through this season of singleness. And the commitment is basically about knowing who you are in your singleness, overcoming those areas that it's natural to have a desire for someone in, and being able to make it to that altar.
The altar. That's the word I was looking for. The altar every day. Your altar in your home every day is where we have to go to. Come on here. I was waiting on that word, the altar. Even when you was talking about praise and worship, I was waiting on that. Because even in leading worship, in order for you to, and I say stand out, meaning in order for you to stay in God's presence while you are leading, is you got to stay at the altar. You got to stay there. So even in your business, everything is built up on what? Prayer. Your center, right? Prayer, God. Okay, let me just get back over here because I was going to go in. Okay, Rashawn Ewing, actor. Come on here. So what I want to know, because you know I'm an actress too. Hello. I'm in St. Louis, so I ain't really been doing nothing, but I moved back from New York City. Okay, so what I want to say is acting. So what got you into acting?
I'd say the thing that got me into acting is I always just had a desire to basically want more, and I always felt like I had more to offer and wanted to do something special. Growing up, I liked basketball, so in my head, I wanted to be in the NBA. Like, I always think of the extreme, the highest of the highest. After high school, it kind of ended, though. So it's kind of, trying to transition to something different. And during that time, I was like, dang, what am I gonna do next? What am I gonna do next? And I'm watching a TV show, not as a movie, actually. See an actor, young, attractive guy, reminded me of myself, basically. So I'm like, in all honesty, though, I'm like, and he was doing this thing. So I'm like, I'm so serious here, though. So I'm honestly like, if this young man, I Googled his age and everything, it was the same age. I'm like, man, if this young man can do this and go to extreme heights, why can't I? So literally went straight to Google from there and been acting now for the last 5 years or so. In that time, I feel like I accomplished a lot of different things. So I've been on many different commercials for companies such as Enterprise, did a couple commercials for Famous Footwear, Maryville University. The last year and a half, I say, I made the biggest leap in my career, though. So I actually signed with an agent in Chicago. So since I've been with this agent in Chicago, leaps have been basically jumped in my career. So I'm like, I'm doing things that I can only have imagined before, but it's mostly auditions at this current point. So it's like, even though it's been like the best year in my career, it's been also the most challenging because my faith has really been challenged this last year, because it's like, I'm auditioning for TV shows, movies, some of my favorite shows, for actually speaking lines for these shows. And it's like, it's competitive. So, I'm happy to be in a room. Sometimes I don't book it, though. So it's like, I'm watching people on TV. You know what I mean? Sometimes I feel like, dang, they live in this moment that I feel like could have been meant for me, but it's whatever, though. You got to keep pushing with the acting. So the best year of my career, also the most challenging year of my career. But I got that faith that it's going to happen, though. So, yeah, extreme faith. I'm trying to change things for myself, for my family, motivate millions, inspire millions to just do better, basically. But, yeah, for every actor, though, you got to figure out how to make money while you're not acting. So throughout that time span, I've done different things to get money. So like my sister just said, we actually have a business together, so big on entrepreneurship. I actually was working a 9-to-5 until God just recently led me to put my whole energy into myself, basically. So I was working as a mortgage representative. So if anybody need any help with the home buying process, I can help you out with that too. But yeah, so the last year been great, but challenging. For anybody who's trying to go to extreme heights, though, you could apply this no matter like what area. So I want to leave y'all with 3 keys. So I heard these keys years ago, and I've been applying it. So I had a professor in college. I only wanted to make money back then. It's the only thing I was interested in. Things have changed drastically since then. So I was just big on how do you make 100,000? How you make 100,000? So he came to me the next class, basically was like, to make more than that, to make $1 million, basically, it take 3 keys. So those 3 keys, and I apply it to my acting every single day. It take first dedication. You gotta be dedicated to the craft, to whatever you do. I literally spend hours on hours of either practicing monologues or watching TV shows of people who's Emmy nominated. From there, it takes sacrifice. I've sacrificed many times, having to miss out on events, miss out on occasions, for the craft, for what you love. And that third thing, I say it's the biggest and the most important thing, is the ability to actually believe in something you can't physically see. So, you know, we all want $1 million, but it's like, you know, most of us are black, so it's like, and young, and just the way our families are, we haven't seen that person who's touched $1 million. But if you want to get to that point and you want to be able to change things, you got to believe in something that you can't see. So it starts with that faith, and it can't quiver, basically. You just got to, you know, you got to be strong in it, have full faith, got to believe. But yeah, acting is the way for me.
But it seems to me that you three up here on this panel, you had to crawl before you walk. You had to have the faith to keep going. Even with you, Christina, with becoming a national recording artist, what steps, what happened in that gray area? What happened between the time that you started singing and you knew that you wanted to become this recording artist? What's the in-between of a person wanting to start a business and then being at the top of their game? So what does that in-between look like?
I can say my in-between is going back to what the money bag team mentioned, you know, your why and passion. And for me, I grew up in a house, it's 7 of us total. I have 5 brothers and a twin sister. And so there was always a time where we were all trying to communicate, and you kind of had to be loud. You had to get to this place where you could speak, and if you didn't get to that place where you could speak over, you wouldn't be heard. And so that's the type of culture that I grew up in, with having so many siblings. And I had this great love for my dad, and I still do. My dad is a pastor, and I always used to see my dad affirming my cousin, who was amazing vocally. And I just used to be like, man, I want to be able to sing like that. And going back to what Rashawn was saying, you know, you'll have to make sacrifices. When everybody is out doing the things that they want to do, you may have to stay inside and study. When everybody was outside playing basketball and hopscotch and double dutch, I was inside studying Aretha Franklin and Lauryn Hill and all of the people who were vocally amazing. And then I got to this place where I started working my behind off in groups, in choirs that didn't really notice me vocally because I had a heart posture to want to help. And sometimes when you're at this place where you don't even care to be seen, God will open up a door and you will be seen. So it wasn't that for me, I worked my behind off in the in-between. It was my heart posture concerning God was right. So he began opening doors for me. And so I started my own group. After that group, I felt led to shift as a solo artist. And I ended up being featured in Essence magazine as one of the top 15 gospel artists to look out for in comparison to Beyonce. Wow. They compared me vocally to Beyonce. Hey. And so that happened some years back. And the in-between really was just my why and passion to want to make people feel a specific way when I would sing. And I still have that same why. Like, you know, we got people who are vocally amazing and, you know, they're on these big stages and everything like that. But when your heart is to get people from a place of depression or get people from a place of being okay with being isolated, to get them to a place of wanting to be around people and to get them to a place of just greater levels of faith, then God will just open up doors for you. So all glory be to God as it pertains to my career and what God has been doing. But I can't take any credit. The in-between has definitely been my why and passion.
Okay, so do anybody have any questions for them?
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. So I would like to ask you all a question about times where it was really hard to keep going. I heard a couple of you speak about like being discouraged, but can you just talk about like how you got through that or what advice you may have when it gets a little tough?
I'll take it. First, I mean, I got it too. But for me, I say, nah, just 'cause like this last year been hard, like, like hard. But nah, literally though, it's like it be those moments of like literally I had like at least in the last year at least twice where I literally questioned everything I do. Like, is this meant for me? Is this the right thing? And it's like each time I get into those moments, or whatever, I just started to really think about and put into perspective. So like everything I have accomplished, and then we got those certain people who close to you. I don't really talk to too many people when it comes to those type of moments, but my sister is one of them. So if I'm getting down on my like career or something like that, I reach out to her because she usually put that battery back in my back to be like, nah, get out your own head, because that's usually what it is. 9 times out of 10, you just in your own head, but you just got to keep on going.
All right. Go ahead, Brittany wants to say something.
So for me, I actually have a group on Facebook called Get Back Up with B. So I have failed a lot of times, especially on my weight loss journey, because you start and you stop so many times. So I had to just get to a place where I'm like, I gotta stop quitting. I gotta stop giving up on myself, or I'll get to a point where I lost the weight and then I get comfortable and then I'm back eating whatever I want to eat, and then the weight is back on. And then like Asia said, your why should make you cry. My why never made me cry until my father, it was said that he had diabetes, and then my grandfather had a stroke, and it was just like, I always told them, like, I'm gonna be this great person, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna accomplish this, and I started to think like, dang, what if I don't hit that level and then they not here to see me make it? So it's like I have to take my health serious because I want to make it while my grandfather is still here, while my parents are still here. Like, so my family, it really keeps me going. And then like when you fall off, like the group is get back up. Like just know like I failed, but I can get back up. Like tomorrow is a new day. I can start over again. When it comes to weight loss, a lot of people like to say, well, I'm gonna wait until Monday, or I'm gonna wait until the new year. Like you can't wait until Monday. Like you can't, like people like, I wanna start on Monday because I wanna eat whatever I wanna eat on the weekend. Nah, we can't do that. Like we just gotta start. It doesn't matter what day of the week it is, you just gotta start. And you have to believe that you can do it. Like another thing for me, I watch like influencers, like I watch people's weight loss journeys. I watch like, man, if this person was 300 pounds and now they like 150 pounds, like if they did it, I can do it too. So that type of, like doing that, it like really like gives me that drive, that motivation, like, okay, I can do it. So every day I'm like watching somebody that, I'm inspired by. So that's how you get back up. You look at what you want to be. Put that right in front of your face.
That's powerful, Brittany. I just want to say something to that effect of, I just interviewed this millionaire, and what he said was so purposeful. I asked him, how did he get to where he is now? He said he got around the people that was doing what he wanted to do. And he got around them and he watched them. And he asked a lot of questions. And he even asked if all he had was $2,000. He was like, can I invest in this with his $2,000? And that is how he began his journey of becoming this millionaire. So I say to that is, be around the people that are doing some of the things, that have some of the answers, that walk that walk. Don't be afraid to glean from others. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Don't be afraid, because what they say, a closed mouth don't get fed. So we have to break out of the box, and it was just something that I had wrote down here too that said, you gotta be loud. She said be loud. Christina, she talked about if she didn't speak up, then things wouldn't happen, right? Be loud, be aggressive about what your passion is, what you wanna do. Be aggressive, go after it, go get it. Be hungry. If you want it that bad, be hungry, right? You spoke about that, and then you spoke about, everybody spoke about faith. Like they had to have the faith. Rashawn talked about him having the faith to keep pressing. He know things wasn't happening overnight, but even now, he gonna be, y'all gonna see him in a couple of years, and he gonna be having billboards, and you gonna be like, dang, I was in that influencer, I was at the Briefcase with him on stage before he really blew up to who, because of the faith. And then the posture. Where is your heart posture? What is your purpose? What is your why? Why are you doing it? Or you being malicious, or you doing it because you have a heart to serve and want to help other people? The word of God says that your gift should make room for you. I really, truly believe that. I believe whatever God has given us to do, and you see these people, even the money panel, your gift will make room for you. He didn't say it was gonna, God didn't say he was gonna put it in your lap. The gift that he placed inside of you, you have to cultivate. The gift that he put inside of you, you have to cultivate, you have to nourish, you have to do your research, you have to glean, you have to ask questions, right, Taylor? Coach T, tell us a little bit about the gleaning process and not being afraid to ask questions and all of that. To see, because you came a long way. I remember Coach Taylor before Coach Taylor became Coach Taylor. That was my little sister. Now I go to her for, T, can you tell me, I go to her for advice. You know what I mean? So tell us a little bit about that, T.
So one of the things is I don't, like Christina talked about, I don't compare myself to anyone. I don't try to size myself up to people who, you know, have influence and doing amazing things, but I'm always inspired by what they're doing. I can always, ever since I was a little girl, I was able to just see the greatness in people, even when they treated me so bad, you know, and so that's what I see, and I love to just connect with people, and so when I'm around people like you all, people that may feel like, hey, I've been counted out, I don't have an opportunity, maybe, you know, who's gonna call on me to speak? I like to be around people like you all and just be inspired to just see your process. It's the process for me, y'all, honestly. You know, even with this briefcase, if I had never stepped out, there are some lessons that I've learned, and I've learned things about people that are around me, you know, doing this event, and I'm just so grateful for the process. So, you know, just be excited about the process. In everybody's life, the journey.
Yeah, the journey. And I heard people say that before. It's not when you get there, but it's how you get there.
Yeah.
So it's not that you have arrived, but what you learned on your journey to get there. That should have really stretched us, right? We should have been stretched. Should have been refined. We should have been, our capacity should have expanded. So just think about like now, where you are today. Next year, you should not be in the same place. Next year, you should have spoken so loud and aggressive with your business and whatever God has given you to do that you have made a major shift in your business, a major shift in whatever influences that you are trying to do, a major shift, right? And I thought about you, Brittany, because you said that you got injured or something and you couldn't work, you couldn't do hair. So she had a major issue that came that stopped her from doing hair, but she didn't stop there. So we will have major things that come up in our life, right? But we cannot stop there, which means we have to have the faith, the endurance, the tenacity, the determination to keep going. That was so powerful. But not only did you not stop there, but you shifted because you still love to pour into people. You love to give, you love to pour. And so that was so profound to me, is that when you find your passion, something that you are thriving and loving to do, you should be changing lives in it. No matter what it is, you should be changing lives. Anybody else have any questions? Come on, I know y'all got some questions for the influencers in the house. And then Taylor, tell me how many minutes we got.
Thank you. My question is, let me see. What is the first thing you rewarded yourself or did for yourself once you reached your first milestone or goal? What was the first thing you rewarded yourself or did for yourself that when you reached your first milestone or goal?
When I reached my first goal, I bought me some Balenciagas.
Period. Get your Balenciagas.
That's what I did.
And I reached a major milestone at the beginning of this year. I was so excited about it. The first person I called was Brittany. I was screenshot. I said, sis, what shoes should I get? I was so excited. We went to Saks, walked around, tried on shoes. My pastor, he met us out there. We was excited, so it was amazing. So, and let me share something with you all. I didn't just go out and just go buy shoes. My coach actually, she instructed me to. She said, when you do this and you reach a certain milestone in your finances with this project, she said, I want you to sow into yourself. She said, I want you to know what it feels like to sow into yourself and, you know, people not pulling from you. You know, she said, I want you to enjoy your success. And so she said, buy one thing for $1,000, right? And so I'm like, I don't know. Me and Brittany was talking. Brittany said, you can get a couple things, sis. And I said, I thought about it. I said, you know what, you're right. I can get a couple pair of shoes, couple J's, you know, Pastor Jordan could have got me a couple pair, a t-shirt, a hat, you know, things to go. I could have bought some. I thought about other people. And I looked at Brittany. I said, no. I said, she said, get one thing. I said, there's something significant about that. And we went in the store. I knew what I was going to go get. I had to stay focused because we was trying on Balenciagas. And I went and I swiped that card, and, you know, I was like, wow, I really just bought some shoes for over $1,000. But what it did, and it did exactly what she said. She said, you're going to go do this because it's going to break poverty off of your mindset. And that was the purpose of it. It wasn't to go be flashy or fly or anything. She said, but I want you to sow into yourself, and I want you to experience another level of success, because sometimes we'll reach a success, right? We'll reach a milestone. The first thing we want to go do is go out to eat or, you know, something like that. But she said, listen, go do this one thing. And now, you know, it's nothing. I've been catching flights, a $300 flight. I'm like, okay, you know, it's $300 flight, you know, so it just expands your mindset. So you all invest in yourself. It just really takes your mindset to another level. Now, don't all go out and buy a $1,000 pair of shoes, you know, prepare yourself. It was a process. I had to prepare for that, right? I had to reach a certain, like, limit in finances to be able to do that, but I reached that, and that was the goal, and we killed it, didn't we, Brittany? And I called Christina. I'm like, sis, I'm rich.
I just want to add this, like Taylor said, don't just go out and do that, because then, like, as being an entrepreneur, we have highs and we have lows, and when I had that low, I was like, man, I should have never bought them shoes, and I was mad about it, for real. I'm just gonna be honest, you know.
Yeah.
And then this, I just feel like something in my spirit to say this, because when Tori said, what does that in between look like for you? And I wasn't even gonna really touch on this, but like that in between time for me was being in toxic relationships. Like, I have been in a lot of toxic, messed up relationships, and I mean, it wore me down, like self-esteem down. It wore my self-esteem down so bad. So like, if you know you because we be knowing, if you know you in a toxic relationship, remove yourself from that toxic relationship. I always knew that I was better than every relationship that I was in, but it was something that was just pulling me to stay in that relationship. But when I finally let go of toxic people and toxic relationships, I was able to really look in the mirror and focus on myself. And my pastor said something to me before. He was like, yeah, Brittany, I see you doing this and you doing that, but now I want to see you really be focused, like, because you be losing focus. And he would just, you know, be real. He told me, like, I want to see you stay focused. And it was when I let these toxic relationships go and I really like channeled in on myself, what I wanted to do, what I believed that I could do, that I was able to be where I am today.
Period. Is there any single people in the room today? Raise your hand if you're single. Okay, period. We got 3 books. Christina, go give your books.
Yeah, I got 3 books.
Yes, The Commitment. Listen, I'm single, y'all. And after I got singleness, Christina really helped me, y'all. I was like, you know what? It's okay to be single.
Yes.
So, yeah. Yeah,
Yes.
who's single? Oh, you took them out.
Oh,
the
I got
books?
3.
Oh, no,
I
those
have
little
3 books.
I mean,
have
in the
3.
they're in those bags. Oh yeah, Melissa got books too. We're gonna raffle those out. She's all about healing and wholeness. Y'all reading will take your life to another level. Our pastor back there. Shout out to our pastor, Pastor R.R. Jordan. We honored you earlier. Thank you for being in the room. He'll have us reading textbooks, y'all. So reading will take you to another level. Now we writing books.
Yeah, it should be 3 bags.
Mm-hmm. Raise your hand if you're single.
Not that one, bro.
Let me see. Oh, wow.
Okay, single ladies.
Okay, just pick
single
some.
ladies and
Single-
man. Okay, and men.
Oh, no. We need a lot of books. Yeah, we just picked 3.
Give one to a male, though. Shout out to the man in the house. Give the man a book. We got to get a man a book.
Look, she got her hand up. She wants the book. Let her get one. Yeah.
Give her
and
her
make
a
sure
book.
you all
Give
post
her a
your
book
gifts
right
on
here.
social media and tag it.
Wait a minute, and get the other man. The reason why I
Okay,
say this
yeah.
is because we don't have a lot of men at our events.
Mm-hmm.
Give the other man in the back the book.
Yes. I'm so glad to see the
Yes,
men. So one thing, I was like, man, I need another guy for the panel or something because I'm like, I got to get men in the room. You know, this isn't just for women. I don't have a women's ministry of business. You know, it's for everybody. And so I said, okay, well, I'll figure it out. God was like, just see who you see on social media doing amazing things. The first person I saw was him. And I said, oh, my God, right, he's an actor. And so I love him. Y'all go follow him.
Can I just say something really quick? I just want to shift back really quick because it's in my spirit about breaking the spirit of poverty off of your life, your mindset. Understand that we have to, if you can change your mind, you can change your life. If you can change your thinking, you can change your living. So we have to begin to break that poverty mindset off of us. And how do you do that? First, reading the Word of God, praying and saying affirmations. Having faith that you can do it, because God said that you can do anything. He said, if you have the faith the size of a mustard seed, you can move mountains. Let's just use that. So your faith will help you by even with your affirmations and being amongst people, change your circle if you have to, that are going after things, that are grinders, that are movers and shakers, that want more, right? You have to sometimes change the community of people that you're with. It's really important. I remember when I was just trying to get better with just changing your mindset. I started with Forex with Asia, but I kind of slid off. But I'm just saying you have to be around those kinds of people. I just wanted to put that in your ear as well.
Amen.
Do you want to raffle these off real quick?
Yeah, we can wrap those off really quick.
Okay. So we have three books from Melissa, Claim Your Comeback.
Yes. Where's Cambria? Help us.
Do you want to pick the numbers? Go ahead.
Ticket number 2350475. Right here. Period.
This today for
Portia. Oh my God. Jesus, girl, you.
Ticket number 2350487.
Okay, claim your comeback.
Okay, ticket number 2350487. Feel like we playing bingo. Ticket number 2350460. Ticket number 2350464.
All right, and I have a $25 Amazon gift card from Stacy the Realtor. Wave your hand. Woo woo. So it's a virtual card, so I have to email it to you. Let's get one more, Christina. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Ticket number 2350463.
Okay. Come see me so I can get your email address.
All right.
And then Brittany, she has something to raffle off. People came to give, y'all.
We are giving away a Go Athletic Apparel waist trainer. So if we call your ticket number, but this isn't your size, just get with me and we can get your size. The waist trainer is 100% latex. It has double straps for the top part of your stomach and the bottom part of your stomach.
Let it be a man. Let me find out it's a man.
And if it's a man, you can get the all black one. And if you don't want a waist trainer, you can give it to a lady.
I like that. Ticket number 2350462.
She already snatched.
Paige is snatched.
We're trying to get to your size.
Over there snatch.
She trained.
Ticket number 2350470. Let me find out it belonged to me. Listen, if don't nobody, cause ticket number 2350474.
Okay, so I will get with you after after the show.
All right, that's it. So this closes out, y'all. So now what we have going on, give them a round of applause first. They were amazing. The influence panel and the money bag panel. So much information that was given out here today. They have websites and all that. Y'all get with them after, because now we have lunch and headshots, selfie booths, and networking. So get with these influencers and money baggers. Get the information so we can be more knowledgeable and they can walk you through the process. All right?
Absolutely. And first, I just want to address the live stream audience. Hey, y'all. Thank you all for tuning in and hanging out with us. Next time, we hope to see you in the building. I just want to give a shout out to a couple people. Thank you, Michelle J. Miller, for your sponsorship. Thank you to my coach, Sophia Ruffin, for sponsoring. Chanel is a coach, and God is always placing her on my heart. And so I just always inbox her. And my coach, she cashed at me. She said, this is for somebody, buy a ticket. And, she's like, I just want to support and make sure you're good. And she was the first person I thought about. And so Sophia Ruffin bought your ticket. And she's like, wow. So, I love doing things like this because look, one random act of kindness or conversation or phone call could literally change your entire life. And I want you all to understand and know that, you are somebody special, right? The first charge that my coach gave me, she said, go book yourself. Why are you waiting on someone to come and book you? And I had been speaking in foster care on big stages. I didn't really know what I was doing. I didn't know where God was taking me. And I always look back like, God, I know that was not for nothing, but what do I do in this season? How do I get there in this season? And she said, go book yourself. And so it was almost been 2 years, y'all, since we did Extreme Execution. We did it virtually. The tickets were $20, and it was a whole lot of fun. It was a lot of fun organizing it. We had a good time, didn't we, y'all? It was amazing. And now look at us. We're in a building in person. And so shout out to all of you all for just showing up. Thank you to everybody for your support. I was pulling on people. Pastor Jordan, people were stretched. We're in a series called Stretchy People. And for a moment, I was like, man, I don't know if I want to stretch them. I was nervous about that. But one of the things about being a coach is having the ability to create atmospheres and spaces and events and opportunities to where people can be stretched. It'll take their life to the next level. And so shout out to everybody. Thank you, Kawana, for going to go get our Starbucks. Starbucks was sponsored. Chick-fil-A sponsored us. And so a special shout out to Dr. LaShawn for just sending out all those emails and just being a great help and a great support. I couldn't have done all of that because she had to go back and forth, but she really worked hard to make sure that we got those sponsorships. And so shout out to all of you all for just being in the room. Thank you, Kawana. I don't want to leave anybody out. Thank you to the Howard family and everyone else who just showed up to support and just make this happen. So I love each and every one of you all, and I look forward really to seeing you all. We'll be in Texas doing a briefcase. We just keep saying it. I mean, it's official. I don't see myself not going to Texas next. So we'll be going to Texas, and then we'll go to Atlanta, and then I made connections with people in Florida, and then we'll be back here in St. Louis, probably like next June or so. So we're going to travel with this thing, and so I want to encourage you all, stretch. It's fun to travel. It's fun to get in new atmospheres and just meet new people. It's not really fun hopping off and on planes, but, just the process of doing that and getting in other rooms really changes your life. So y'all prepare. So February we'll be in Texas. So I love you all so much. We got the ring lights, the selfie station set up. We can continue to do content. I want to encourage you all to go live today while you're looking good and you got friends to do it with you. It's really going to help you to break through and give you another level of confidence. Eat some good food. Make sure you all connect and mingle and get contact information. Connecting with other people has truly changed my life. And so y'all, I'm giving y'all the blueprint of how I'm able to just grow so fast and so rapidly. I'm never the same person. Like, if you knew me 30 days ago, I'm not even that same girl. I think differently, right? I do things differently. I've been processed. God has given me new things. And so if you continue to just stay out and doing things and open to receiving what God has for you, he's going to just rapidly grow you. So I love you all. I want to get a picture with everybody. Share stuff. Make sure you all hashtag briefcase STL. And let's go.
We just want to say thank you. Let's stand up and give her a round of applause. Thank you, Taylor J, for hosting this event. Thank you for the push. Thank you for the tenacity. Thank you for the faith. Thank you for the endurance. Thank you for stepping outside of the box and making this happen for St. Louis.
You all may go downstairs and get Chick-fil-A. Just make sure we take care of this place. And so throw your trash away, clean up your area. All right?